This is a cloud weather alert. Tracking Ian.
Good early Thursday, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you for some more Ian coverage. It's now a tropical storm. There's max sustained winds at 65 miles an hour. We'll get to that here with a full graphic in just a few moments. But we kind of want to start off with the here and now and see that Doppler radar imagery here, getting some gustier wind reports toward Flagler County over the last little bit. We're expecting them to get it worse here in our viewing area. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as we're watching things. You see the tropical storm warnings in effect here. Tropical storm watches toward north central Florida, really, as we get toward Alachua and Bradford, Union County. Not too concerned, though. We did get a gust of 51 miles an hour earlier here toward Gainesville, kind of on the higher side there overall with what we would probably see. Some power outages in the region, more toward Flagler, and then as we get down toward east central Florida, there, central Florida, really seeing more issues, and even some flat spot emergencies have been in play down there. We'll kind of break everything down for you here over the next little bit. Let's go ahead and zoom in right now to Flagler County. And that area, you can kind of see what is left of the northern eye wall, if you want to call it that here, kind of trying to work its way more toward Flagler County. And this will be kind of offering them some heavy rainfall there. And then just the stronger winds, maybe the strongest winds they're going to see. I mean, we've had some gust reports here. You see 69 miles an hour there in Volusia County. There's been some reports here in the 60s, maybe even in the north, the 70s toward Flagler. There was technically a report coming through at 83 miles an hour. They don't think at the Weather Service that's quite valid here, but definitely some stronger gusts. If we had a gust of 83, then that would be pretty serious, though, in toward that area. We do have the wind here kind of being able to get across, though, off the water with not having to deal with too much friction here. I mean, with the center trying to go back over water, it's going back a little further south than we were expecting here yesterday. Later on, we kind of saw that still and identified it, but more going across there in Brevard County and getting back in the water. A stronger tropical storm, not a hurricane. There's a small chance it could get back to hurricane strength as it moves away from Florida, but goes up towards South Carolina here as we get toward tomorrow, later tomorrow. But we're getting some reporting in the chat out of the Melbourne office. I want to get to, they're really concerned here about, it looks like Little Wakaiba there. The river levels are indicating unprecedented flooding right now. So let's go ahead and jump down here. We're seeing 2 flash flood emergencies in central Florida, and while they have this up here on the screen before we get too much information, and I want to touch on this. There's a flash flood emergency that's been reissued for the Little Wakaiba River there, as the levels are now at 30.6 feet, folks, which is nearly a foot above the record. So unprecedented flooding occurring toward the Little Wakaiba River there in parts of Seminole County. This is the one flash flood emergency polygon. I'll zoom in. I know we have some considerable threats as well, but this is that Little Wakaiba River area. You see Altamont Springs there, up toward Heathrow there under this flash flood emergency, and then a broader flash flood emergency. I'll take off the considerable ones for a minute so we can kind of identify and take off the regular flash flood warnings. But you see we have another flash flood emergency in play for Sanford, as well as Lake Mary and Heathrow there. So seeing a reporting there of water rescues being reported at State Road 46 at I-4 there. So Sanford, as well as areas around Lake Mary and Heathrow there. 9 to 11 inches of falling with additional amount of 2 to 3 inches possible in the warned area. Life-threatening flooding there again. Areas there around Sanford, Lake Mary, and Heathrow here. As we're watching early on this Thursday, I know people staying inside, sheltering in place here. And really just got to remember to turn around, don't drown, though, if you happen to venture out here, because again, there have been some water rescues reported. But the best thing to do really is to make sure you're in a area where it's higher ground and just stay inside, though, and don't deal with the elements. Things will be improving there in towards central Florida here later on this morning, but you can see, though, this is while we're on really this accident, and it shows up quite a bit better on the Melbourne radar, just the overall viewpoint from that. You can see here New Smyrna Beach really getting some nasty winds, and that's working its way. That accident is up the coast. The storm moving off here, and I'll go ahead and give you the update northeast here right now as we go ahead and go to the graphics, because this will be kind of helpful to give you guys a gauge and an understanding of what's going on here. So you can see moving northeast at 8 miles an hour. Barometric pressure up to 986 millibars. And we show a hurricane watch in play just in case from the Flagler Volusia County line to the South Santee River. The max sustained winds there, again, we talked about that, going down to 65 miles an hour, but they're still causing issues. Gusts can be higher, and again, we're starting to see some of the worst of this work into Flagler County, but such a terrible storm, and you're going to be seeing the images out of there, out of Fort Myers area, that general vicinity, seeing just catastrophic storm surge, folks. I mean, just terrible reports of just total devastation there towards southwestern Florida. The winds causing that as well, but that storm surge was just terrible down there. Just got to keep it pretty in our thoughts and prayers as we get down towards southwestern Florida there. We had the storm surge reporting out of Naples yesterday. We had some of those cameras showing some of the conditions, but the worst of the conditions, we haven't really been able to get live images of necessarily because those areas are just impacted so much. You weren't able to get the signals out of there, but just some pictures we've seen so far, videos, just terrible, terrible stuff there. And this is one of the strongest, as you kind of do the math, the strongest, I guess, 12 hurricanes. It used to be top 10 list, but now we've had the last 3 years, Ida, Laura, now Ian here. On that 150 mile per hour line. So as we go ahead though and look at the current storm surge forecast, the numbers going down toward areas like Charlotte Harbor, but still 4 to 6 feet substantial, and that's what we're going to be seeing toward the first coast here. We got to watch that here as the power's flickering. You might have saw that live on the air here. I mean, not really expecting too much in the way of power outages here toward areas here in Bradford County, but there can be some isolated ones. You saw it here live. I mean, I look at our anemometer. I haven't seen a gust higher than 20 here so far. We were without power for our day during Irma. We haven't really seen outages in storms like Faye. I mean, something like that pretty much is what we saw during Faye. So you kind of see some flickering going on. So we have backup systems if we need to be on those because this threat has kind of escalated a little toward Flagler County. But again, let's look at the excessive rainfall outlook right now. You can see here St. John's and Flagler under that high risk here of that excessive rainfall as we're looking toward these coastal communities here. You see Bradford, Alachua, we were under that high risk. We're not under any form of risk now because the rainfall is not going to amount to as much. So that's definitely some good news here as we're looking in parts of north central Florida. But again, the first coast region, northeast Florida, you see that high risk here in that purple. We could still get some very substantial totals here as we look ahead. As you see here, our rainfall forecast information kind of telling that story here with 10 to 15 inches still possible here towards St. John's, Flagler, maybe into Duval County there. We'll see how it sets up. But that red area, still quite a bit of rain going to come on in. We got to be keeping our mind on that. But Palm Coast, I mean, they're going to get the worst here in our local area. The impacts to very early Friday here. Still a 20-inch total, can't be ruled out there in the rainfall. With the gust, I mean, 75 not out of the question here still. So we got to be keeping our mind on that. Some widespread power outages are possible. 4 to 6 feet above ground on that storm surge here. So that's an issue. I mean, these numbers are pretty similar here to some of the storms in the past. Maybe not quite as high, but you have to deal with high tide and how that kind of connects here, and that can cause issues. I mean, just damage that has been done in the past too. We'll have to see if there's some vulnerabilities that get exploited here by this storm surge later on today, as we have still a storm surge warning in play there. As we look from the Flagler Volusia County line to the north, it looks like, and getting toward the mouth of the South Santee River and the St. Johns River as well. You saw that on our graphic. The number's still pretty high there, on the order of 4 to 6 feet. So again, watching that. But you see Stark, where I'm at, North Central Florida now. Power outages aren't completely out of the question. You saw us flicker here just for a moment. We have backup systems. If we have to go to those, we can here. We have those ready just in case. Gust to 50 not out of the question here, but that's lower than what we were seeing here on the forecast before. And that rainfall threat has really dropped on off here. The tornado threat nearly non-existent. Not really in a favorable slot for that. So a more eastern track does mean a lesser impact here as we're looking toward parts of north central Florida. So again, it's kind of seeing this through early Friday as we're getting some new reporting in now out of the Daytona Beach area. Let's go ahead and jump on over here. We just got a new gust in there, Daytona Beach. I'll go ahead and look at my conversions chart here. We have this, so we get them in knots right off the chat. We just can convert these because you guys not maybe it's familiar with knots. So that's 57 knots. That's 65. Actually, if we round that up there, 66 miles an hour. So these are some strong gusts here toward this area this morning as we're looking toward these areas. And again, this acting the worst of this working its way up the coast. As we go over to velocity right now, it's harder to make out, but you can see, I mean, it's easy on storm relative to some extent. Some of the stronger wind. As this gets over the water here, we just have to watch Flagler County in that optimal spot, unfortunately, for the worst of the conditions in our area, maybe by far, because that track here, let's go over to that track. I know we don't have the cone in here. We're just going to show you the perspective here with our live system. It's not like we have a whole bunch of just graphic systems we can go to and they'll automatically update for us. This will, though, and that's where we're going to go to it. But you can see the center down here is moving off the coast and moving up toward the northeast, but then it's going to be pretty far off Jacksonville here, about 70 miles to the east. Granted, as we're down here off of Flagler County, it's only going to be about 40 miles to the east, and that means you get in that western side here. We're having flat-spot emergencies in play. I'll put the other warnings up so you can see them here. But again, just a nasty scenario that we're dealing with here this morning. We have to watch also as the lower pressure comes in, the higher wind speed, that's going to cause the storm surge numbers to increase. So we have to just watch to see how that kind of connects there to high tide. So again, there's a lot to still watch. So even though Stark, where I'm at here, even though we saw the power flicker, we've seen some of the stronger downpours over the last little bit as well, over about 0.2 of an inch. That's not much to write home about, don't get me wrong, but that rain rate picking up some, getting gusty, I mean, out there. You just never know what can happen. But you can kind of see here this axis moving on up here, up the coast, as we're watching things. There's a really small tornado risk here today. It's not zero. We had a tornado warning in Volusia. Almost had to go on last night for the threat maybe trying to get itself into Flagler County. Ended up not seeing that, though, thankfully. But you see the risk here, Confined, Putnam, Flagler, maybe a little Clay in there, Duval, and maybe just a little bit of Nassau. But overall, this threat is not too substantial at this point because we're on the wrong side here to be with the worst of the conditions. So again, 6:51 right now. Let's go ahead and see our infrared satellite imagery. It's a big mess compared to what it was here, and that's a good thing, but there's still low pressure here, and we have to watch again as the storm gets closer. That surge can increase here. Those winds can pick up on us. So there's still a lot to be concerned about here in Flagler County, St. Johns County. Again, it's a steep gradient of a difference here in the impacts. I mean, a really big difference here. Lake City, even bigger difference. Tallahassee, there's really nothing going on, and honestly, not a big deal at all over there. There is a coastal tropical storm alert in play as we get down there. We'll show this to your local tropical storm warning for those coastal areas because of maybe some of the stronger winds right at the water. And again, you've seen some higher gusts here at times trying to work their way in, but overall, we haven't seen anything just overwhelming here. Again, I'm talking about toward the west. Toward the east, though, we got to watch and flag it because we could get a gust to 75 miles an hour hurricane force. There was an unofficial report of 1 to 83 just a little while ago. Probably not quite that high, but 60 to 70 out of the question. And then as the banding kind of comes on up here, we could be talking about maybe gusts closer to 75. I guess he couldn't, if this were to try to re-energize over the Atlantic waters a little, maybe a gust to 80 right there in Flagler Beach, something like that toward the Flagler Beach Pier. Not out of the question either here, but so we'll be watching that knockout power here. And so we want to give you a power outage update because these power outages have been extensive across the state of Florida here. As we continue here, I just want to check some things real quick as we're live with you here this morning. Again, 6:53 is the time. I know, just trying to load some information in here. So we want to make sure we can get that here. I know I updated this a little while ago, but I wanted to get a new look. We got another update in. So I know just sometimes, I know the internet speed, I think, has been dropped just a little bit because of the overall conditions around folks really in dire need of communication down towards Central and South Florida. So really it's an effort here just to maybe try to get them better internet, or it could just be just some issues overall here because of the rain and a little bit of wind. But again, over 2.5 million in the dark here toward the state of Florida. Not as high as Irma, but more than Michael in the state because of the population density of the areas impacted here. Despite Michael just being catastrophic, it's a storm that was catastrophic. Ian was down toward Cape Coral and Fort Myers, Naples, that vicinity. We're not 100% sure on the exact areas where it's catastrophic, but we'll be seeing images today, no doubt, coming out. I know the CBS station was knocked off the air there, Wink TV, in that area because of the storm surge coming up. They had to get to the second floor, and they've been evacuated out of there now. But you can see these outages here. Just kind of towing now with its doors. We just got a report of a gust now in out of Mayport. We've seen some of these picking up, and one reason we wanted to really come on here and go pretty much wall to wall for a little bit. Maybe we may go for several hours here. It just kind of depends. We're going to play it by ear to see the report, and right now we need to be with you here because we're getting some new reporting in right now. It got to 59 miles an hour at Mayport. That is a severe wind gust here, folks. We're on for severe thunderstorm warnings. You're getting that now toward Mayport over the last little bit. And now it looks like the emergency management out of Flagler County is reporting on US 1 South Palm Coast, North Bunnell, power flashes. Multiple power flashes have now been observed, and the sky is lit up blue. So things in Flagler County are deteriorating very quickly here, and we need to be on for you guys right now. This is a dangerous situation. Could be life-threatening for folks in Flagler County right now with the electrical outages really starting to mount. I would think this map's going to be probably not accounting for all of them since it's happening in the current time frame. You see over 10,000 customers in the dark in Flagler County as of last check here. Down toward the south, Volusia County over 100,000 in the dark there. We're going to go ahead and try to look at some of these other numbers here. Let's go into our area for now, and then we'll kind of go around. There's just so much to say here on this Power Outage.us map, so bear with me. Again, Marion County here, over 11,000 in the dark. Tropical storm warning there, but then areas to the north and west here, tropical storm watch over 7,000 in the dark there in Alachua County. Bradford, where we're at, not too many though, only 142 reported. We're into this doesn't factor in the city of Stark sometimes here on the electric grid, but we're not on that. But just to kind of give you some perspective here, and in Union County, a few hundred in dark. Columbia County over 3,000. So some outages mountain here. Duval and Nassau not showing, I mean, percentage-wise too much, but almost 6,000 in the dark, and Duval, St. John's over 6,000, and then let's get down to the south now. I know there's just so much to show. We could spend a really long time on this, but you saw Seminole County, some outages there, and we just got a reporting of a 60-mile-an-hour gust from a little while ago from the north-northeast there at Sanford Airport in Seminole County. If we have any viewers down there this morning, giving you guys an update. So a lot of outages down there. About a third, give or take, of the county in the dark. Orange County, lesser percentage, but there's a lot of damage. I've been seeing some images out of there, over 150,000 in the dark in Orange County. Osceola County here, they're faring maybe a little bit better in some ways, interestingly enough, at least on this map. 38,710 customers in the dark there. And then we see the higher percentage, Polk County over half in the dark. You see here toward Highlands County, over toward Okeechobee, Glades, and Hendry there, and Collier, and it gets even worse toward Leroy and Charlotte with the devastation. Sarasota County, quite a few in the dark. Manatee County, you just kind of look here. Hardy County, Hillsborough County, about a third of the customers in the dark, and then Pinellas about a third. So not as bad as it could have been up toward Tampa, but still a big deal. It's going to take a while for power to come back on in these areas. If you're maybe watching me on that cellular device from down there this morning, it's going to take a while, especially in those hardest hit areas. We could be talking about weeks toward areas here as we get toward Lee County, toward Charlotte County, and the area where it's made landfall in southwest Florida. We're talking about, it seems, total devastation. And more images are going to come to light today as that sun comes up, that sunrise here very soon. But just really telling this weather story here, this terrible storm, this name Ian's going to get retired. There's no doubt about it. A storm that people are never going to forget there in southwest Florida. Maybe, I know a chief meteorologist there at that station, the chief meteorologist at that station, Wink TV, was saying maybe the worst storm in southwest Florida's history. Ian was. I mean, it was worse than Charlie, it looks like here. Even though the pressure was similar, winds were similar, it was a lot bigger though and lasted a lot longer with that surge just coming into the picture. That eye wall much bigger here, causing that devastation. It was what I called it yesterday, Charlie on steroids here. Not really was the case as we got down there toward Southwest Florida there. This again, it's going to take a long time. And Michael, the devastation in terms of the wind damage, based on our indications, likely worse. The surge may be similar, we'll see. But the power outage number is higher because of the higher population density down here. It's just important to keep that in mind. I mean, it's going to take a while for everybody to get their electric back on. It's not going to be a good situation down there. And be careful. If you're watching me right now, be careful if you have a generator. We have fatalities after the storm occur. A lot of times, people have to be careful because you could have carbon monoxide poisoning take hold here if you're not using that properly. And then also just watch out for those down power lines. People can get electrocuted after a storm here as well. You think it's over, as bad as the damage is in your neighborhood, you got the repairs to make. You want to make sure you're being very, very careful. As we get some information, and now I'll come back on camera as we get close to 7 o'clock here on this Thursday morning. We're at 7 now. We're getting reported in now of a flood advisory until 11 a.m. extended now for parts of Flagler, Putnam, and St. John's. Let's go ahead and see some of these rainfall estimates here on our other source. So let's go over toward, we'll see 1 hour because this will kind of see what's moving toward Flagler here, the worst of the worst of the storm so far. Moving into Flagler County over the next little bit. You see Volusia getting the worst here just to the south of Daytona, 3-inch an hour rates there. And then as we go over the last 12 hours, you see that the yellow indicative of some spots closer to a foot of rain there in Volusia, south of Daytona Beach toward Orlando. We'll zoom in here, Kissimmee, about 8 inches. A little bit less over toward St. Cloud, it looks like. You see some sharp cutoffs. So look at Tampa in the last 12 hours. I mean, and I would be curious to see what they had for the whole storm, but it looks like we kind of saw this yesterday setting up, but it looks like they missed out on really a lot of that heavier rainfall even. Even though the power outage numbers are still pretty substantial there, it could have been worse by far. Could have been much, much worse toward Hillsborough and Pinellas, but as bad as things could have been there, they ended up being that bad down toward areas toward the south here. These reporting sites here, many of them offline, and it's because there's just so much devastation as we get towards some of these different areas here in southwestern Florida. I mean, this is just 12 hours, so I'm just zooming in there to kind of see this area that was hit very hard here. I know we had that landfall there, and I will be interested to see this kind of what's happened there in terms of that devastation, folks. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible storm that's going to go down in history out there towards southwest Florida. But let's get back to the local view here. We'll go ahead and put the radar. First off, there's your 12-hour, but let's go ahead and see the radar again. And maybe you're just waking up. There's probably no school for you today. If you're headed out to work, just be extra careful on the roads. I mean, as we get further to the west end on it's bad, but I know we've had some water rescues have reported down towards central Florida. Again, the lake, or let me get this right here real quick, make sure I clarify this. So it looks like the Little Wekiva River there in Seminole County, a flash flood emergency continuing down there. We're talking about just devastating flooding potential there, the highest it's ever been there in central Florida because of all that rain coming in there in a shorter period of time. You see the rain slacking off toward Kissimmee, though, and even Orlando, but this heavier rain, and it shows up better on the Melbourne radar, I would say. But this heavier rain's working its way in toward Flagler County over the next little bit as we just got some new reporting in. 71-mile-an-hour wind gust reported. Daytona Beach Airport about an hour ago. Orlando International OIA reporting a 61-mile-an-hour wind gust from the northwest. The Daytona gust there from the north. That window is important because we're going to be seeing the wind there be a factor with that storm surge later today as we get up the coast here on the first coast. So I know that's really why we had some of those evacuations in play because there's some vulnerable areas to flooding. Granted, St. Augustine, I know, can flood just because of the heavy rain in general that we're expecting here. You see a gust of 41 there in towards St. Johns County as of last check. So again, this is kind of pushing it. It's moving northeast. So some of this may kind of go off here. I'm going to try to loop this around for us. Let's go ahead and loop this a little bit. We'll take off the alerts behind this because they'll kind of act strange into the hurricane warning drop because it's not a hurricane anymore. Still a hurricane watch, so just in case it strengthens, but you see it's getting back over to open water now. It wasn't over land quite as long as we thought, so that could have some implications, maybe more towards South Carolina. It could strengthen back into a hurricane. That's not out of the question at this point, I would say, based on reading some discussions and looking at some things here with the overall pattern. You see, I mean, it's going right there over Cape Canaveral, that center of rotation, folks. I mean, the center of circulation really going right over, and it's about to be in the water here over the next little bit. That's kind of interesting to see. Going right there over the area there around Cape Canaveral here right now. But you can see this banding feature. This is what we have to kind of watch. You see the moisture trending into the flagler with the bands, but some of this action here as it kind of works its way up. Some of it's headed more easterly and northeasterly more as we're kind of tracking this. But the more north this goes, it looks more north here on this view here. Just it may just be a kind of an illusion, but you just have to kind of watch this as it pushes on in here. Some of those areas in southern flagler could be getting into this as they kind of look at this. I know we have flagler, it's a weird shape here to the coast because it looks it goes further up. So we'll just have to watch because the more northern north this jogs, the more rain you get here with the western side coming in later. But still some pretty heavy rain up there in Flagler County. As we'll go ahead and look at some of the storm total amounts up there right now. Let's go ahead and say, I mean, this is going to just crazy amounts there. But even in Flagler County, we're talking about radars on 6-7 inches so far. Down in North Corona, we had that tornado in late 2019, but and you can see some of the other communities as well there in Flagler County. But we could end up seeing amounts like what we talked about there on the order of 10 to 15 inches. It can't be completely ruled out. We could get a 20-inch total, but that seems to be a little less likely here at this point. Again, there's that small tornado risk now. I just want to keep everything in mind here with the tornado safety tips. But the main thing on here is just charging of your devices in case of power loss. I mean, if you're under a tropical storm warning, you haven't lost power yet, make sure you're charging up those devices here so you have a method to communicate with the outside world as long as the signals are still there. At this point, I would say many folks would still have those signals. We wouldn't be talking about catastrophic damage or anything like that. Up to the north, power outages wouldn't be as long lasting, but still could last for a little bit, especially in Flagler County. So make sure you're charging up those devices there. And then again, in tornado warning issued in your 62 counties, we're on for that here. But again, at this point, that threat's really confined down here. Our South Georgia counties, not seeing that as much. Maybe our Southeast Georgia County, just a little bit could see that. But let's go ahead and put our alerts back on because I want to show you guys some things here real quick because we haven't had a chance to do this as much lately. We haven't had a chance to do this quite as much here lately. So let's go back on over, break down some of these alerts. Still Dixie and Levy technically under the tropical storm warning, but we have that hurricane watch in play that got issued yesterday here. Just in case, we'll walk you up the coast just a little bit with this right now. Let me go ahead and try to go up the coast. You can see this pinkish color. That's a hurricane watch, just in case this gets upgraded and you get hurricane conditions at the coast here. You see actually going all the way into McIntosh, and you see even up toward Arizona, Hinesville in this as well. Kind of interesting to see a little bit of an inward and inland extent with this. But you see tropical storm warnings for Brantley County, getting into toward Charlton, but this tropical storm watch toward areas here of Baker, Union, Bradford, Alachua, and Gilchrist, just in case something wobbles around. That'll probably get dropped here not too far in the distant future, probably, as long as there's more certainty on this, probably maybe, let's just say by that 5 o'clock advisory time. I know the flood watch, I believe, only goes to 6 now. They were changing that around, dropping Bradford out of the flood watch here because that threat has been reduced. If we're just tuning in toward this dark area, the threat significantly reduced. Granted, we actually had a little bit of a power flicker when we were on the air live, so it's not zero. I mean, for power outages and maybe some pond in the water on the roadway, flooding threat really not there. But just got to be careful because still have some accidents, things like that. And as the sun starts to come up, I want to pull up some more traffic cameras now, see what we're getting here. We don't have any in Bradford County. We have a camera we can look out at. We'll do that when it gets a little bit lighter outside. But I'll go ahead and try to get our Florida 511 perspective on up here, so bear with me. Gonna have to load in the computer. So I know sometimes when we do this, it's just trying to get the newest information in here on our systems. So sometimes maybe overloads things just a little bit here. I think again we are at a little bit reduced speed because of this. I mean, there's so much use of the internet across the state. Your people literally their lives could be in danger down toward areas there in Seminole County right now. That blast flood emergency in play, and water rescues being reported down there as well. So let's go ahead and just see what we're doing with. I'll see if I can pull some of these cameras down there first off, and then we'll try to work our way maybe into where Flagler County. Some of these are going to be offline. And the first one I pull up is having some trouble coming up there, but let's see what we have. I know it's not quite daylight. Some of these are starting to still where it's at, though. This is going to be here, it looks like north of Orlando by a little ways, a pretty good ways, with the Lake Mary getting closer toward, and that's actually pop-up one in Volusia County here. There we go. That's where we want to go now. Some of these are not showing up very good on here, so this one kind of showing the weather story a little bit better now as things start to come to light just a little bit here. So let's go ahead and pop this one up right now. We'll go ahead and take traffic full screen here, and we'll see what we're doing with the Florida 5-1 perspective. It looks like maybe that pond and the water on the road looks like maybe some water out there on the other side there. It's hard to really make out, but you can kind of see the trees taking some. Again, we're not quite seeing the everything come to light yet. As we get the sun to come up, that's going to really help here with these traffic cameras over the next little bit of sunrises here in short order. But again, just kind of showing you how things are. It looks like maybe a little bit of debris, not much, but just a little piece of a tree, maybe just a small something from some of that there as we're looking toward I-95. So again, we'll keep our eyes on this. We'll go ahead and go back towards some of our different maps right now as we continue to stay with you right now as people are waking up and they want to know the latest on the storm. So let's go ahead. It's a tropical storm now. Let's kind of review this show a little bit. I think we'll go back on over toward the graphics if you're just kind of tuning in and just waking up here. It is a tropical storm now, but that didn't mean hurricane gusts are out of the equation here toward Flagler County and towards some of these areas closer toward the coast here as the center is moving off toward the Cape Canaveral area right now. You see 65 miles an hour max sustained winds. You see that movement northeast at 8. That direction's so important here as we're watching things for sure. So again, I just kind of watching that. I know we're losing some frames. It's just that's the nature of things when you have a storm, folks, and you're on the air. I mean, we're on the outer periphery, don't get me wrong, but still, there's definitely some communication issues around here this morning that can cause a few issues here and there, some glitches here and there. So just stick with me here. We're live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch right now as we're trying to give you the latest to inform you and your family out toward North Central Florida and really protect you and your friends and your family out toward the first coast in Northeast Florida. So again, looking at that minimum pressure there, 986 millibars. That's not something that is too low there at this point. I mean, we were in a 970 to the Irma when it was passing by here and causing so many issues, and it was a faster moving storm up, moving more poleward there and causing big time problems toward North Central Florida. Nothing like that toward North Central Florida. More similar toward the first coast, Northeast Florida, but nothing that we necessarily can't handle for some folks. But those most vulnerable flood areas could have some issues as we have the high tide kind of coming in to effect here. Those wind speeds can knock out power, which can be serious here toward Flagler, St. John's, the coastal Duval there, that general vicinity. We're talking about the same general areas here as we're with us covered. And again, though, as bad as things could be into Flagler County, they're nothing. They pale in comparison to what we've seen down there toward Port Charlotte, toward Punta Gorda, that area, that Fort Myers. I mean, a TV station, they had to be evacuated. They had to go off the air to CBS station down there because the water, it literally flooded the studio out there. They had to go to the second floor of the building because of that storm surge coming up so high. Maybe the worst storm in Southwest Florida history down there. Nothing like that up here. Not one of our worst storms here for sure, but still, in terms of the impacts, it could be one of the more impactful events for Flagler County here of the decade, I guess you could say in some regard, but not something that's going to go down in history here necessarily toward Flagler County. But as you see, gusts here are being reported now to 71 miles an hour marine land here. So let's go ahead and jump back on over towards some of our numbers. That's a pretty high gust that we have confirmation of now toward marine land. So for perspective, you see where we are here on the map. There's Flagler Beach. You can kind of see Beverly Beach, Palm Coast there, but then Marineland right there on that St. John's Flagler County line. So a gust of 71 being reported there, sustained at 66. That's really, really impressive here. That's going up even a little higher than what we had there, where generally the sustained winds would be. But again, I mean, you're watching things here, seeing exactly what's happening there toward the coast. Again, we're watching this banding here try to work its way in. That heavier rain can help to bring the stronger winds down toward the surface here. Something to keep in mind here this morning for sure. Again, just kind of seeing the conditions here still deteriorate toward Flagler County here. I don't want to be on Interstate 95 right now going from Volusia to Flagler or vice versa, but again, I'll just continue to track things. I know where we're at here in Bradford County. Nothing too overwhelming, a quarter inch so far in the rain gauge, but it's 59 degrees outside right now. More like a nor'easter. I mean, not as cold as what we saw last, I guess it was November, somewhere around there. I guess it would have been November there when we had that nor'easter, but there's a little bit of similarities to that here that we saw back last November toward north central Florida. It seems like with the cooler air, the wind, the rain, but obviously it's a lot different story toward Flagler County. Much more serious in comparison here with the tropical storm warning in play, the storm surge warning in play, and still a hurricane watch for all of our Atlantic coastal counties still, just in case the storm were to maybe get stronger or maybe go more poleward. You never know, but that's not what we're expecting right now. But just in case it were to strengthen into a hurricane real quick and somehow jog to the north here. I mean, it's jogged around and jogged south pretty far from where we thought this was going to go off the coast here. So changes impacts here with lesser maybe ultimate totals toward Flagler County. Still can't write a 20-inch number in there though, as we've shown some of those local impacts here. There's local impact graphics this morning, but still it's kind of interesting to watch overall here. The overall situation, the overall scenario here is that we're just continuing to follow along. Checking something real quick. I'm just going to take a note on something here to check for a little bit later on here this morning as we continue to watch here. We're in kind of continuous coverage mode. We just want to make sure we're getting everything taken care of here for you to protect you, your friends, and your family out toward the first coast this morning, out toward northeastern Florida. So we've been with you for about 40 minutes. We're with you for the better part of 8 hours yesterday, and we'll be here as long as we need to be when we have these more dangerous conditions in play. Again, outside of our viewing area, but still important, flash flood emergencies in play in central Florida right now. So let's get back down here. You'll be able to kind of see what we're talking about down there toward parts of central Florida. You can see here, these are our two flash flood emergency polygons. You see Deltona under it, but really it's focused toward areas there around Sanford, Lake Mary, and Heathrow. And then as we get out toward, it looks like the area there around Little Wekiva River. We're really concerned about them. The highest level of water they've ever reported there by 8 foot, breaking that record by nearly a foot, it looks like, based on that statement here, as we just kind of read that information from the National Weather Service to you. Look at some of our models, and we haven't looked at these lately, but it seems like they're kind of showing things staying pretty weak here, but the Hurricane Center thinks, and I kind of agree with them, this could approach hurricane strength again, except the winds increasing a little as it approaches the South Carolina coast tomorrow afternoon. I know Charlie did this. It was a lot quicker scenario, but it reemerged and impacted areas along the South Carolina coast. As we're getting another report there, some more gusts here in play. Some more gusts for sure, 56 miles an hour there. St. Augustine Beach reported at 6 o'clock, and coastal water levels should continue to slowly recede and subside as the tide drops out toward southwest Florida's coast. But there are too many variables, the complex coastline and the wind direction and river flooding, to give an exact time in there. People want to get back in and see what happened, but It's going to take a long time, as we saw in Michael, because of all that storm surge. I know we don't have pictures necessarily that we can show of Southwest Florida, but I suspect, at least, I mean, we don't know how widespread this is, but I'm going to see a picture from Michael. We did this yesterday to kind of give you a comparison. I suspect there'll be some areas, at least here, once we kind of get down to the hardest hit. This is Mexico Beach after Michael, where you just have total devastation. I suspect we'll see stuff pretty similar to this as people get out there and about. This is from a couple months after Michael. It showed you how long that impact was really felt there with this storm out toward the Panhandle. And I know this hit a much more populated area. Now, the winds weren't maybe quite as strong, but that surge seems to have been really, really serious. Just coming in for hours and hours on in there. Just a relenting storm down there. Nothing like that up here, but still serious for Flagler County here in our viewing circle, as we talked about in St. John's to some extent as well. That high risk there for excessive rainfall still does include parts of those areas. So let's go ahead and go on over here right now. Let's go on over to our excessive rainfall outlook here from the Weather Prediction Center. You see in the purple here, you see as we get toward the coast of Volusia, or excuse me, let me try that again here, folks. I'm getting a little bit misaligned there, but there's Volusia, they're under the moderate risk, but in Flagler after 8 a.m. and St. John's under this high risk here for excessive rainfall. So again, just watching that there. We're talking about St. Augustine and Flagler Beach under this. So, I mean, those are areas that, especially St. Augustine, can be vulnerable to flooding. So we got to really pay attention. Could have some flash flood warnings having to be issued here as we look ahead in the timeline. Things can always build back on us. Excuse me, as we continue to watch. I know we have some different models. I know the GFS from 6Z. I haven't had a chance to look at it since we've been on the air with you guys, but I'll try to pull up our model computer if I can. Bear with me here. We'll try to switch on over there. I may not have it in an easy spot to get to right now, but if I can, actually let's just do it in our other computer source. I can switch over. I can take some things off real quick. Okay, actually, let me try that again. Let's go ahead and go out. Okay, here we go. I was gonna go to it, but we're in our different mode, but we have to put the models up separate here because this is just an infrastructure thing here. Really in terms of the overall setup that we have. But again, getting some new reporting in now. Flash flood warning extended from 9:30 for parts of Orange, Osceola, and Seminole County here. Let's see if that's an emergency. Let me check that real quick. Let's see if that's just a considerable, still bad, but 720. Yes, a life-threatening flash flooding being that threat down there. But I want to see the model because it's helpful when we're on the air. Sometimes we can't. I mean, I was reviewing stuff this morning for a while to make our updates, but even the latest model runs come out when we're talking to you guys or when we're getting ready. We don't get a chance to catch them. So I wanted to show this to you here, kind of give you an idea because this can change things quite a bit. I suspect we'll still have that flooding potential in play toward parts of Flagler and St. John's. So you see 12Z here. Let's zoom in a little bit. So we'll zoom in kind of tight here, actually, in relative fast. And you see Deltona, and you see some of the lighter rain toward the north there, up toward maybe Jacksonville. The heavier downpours can mix in. But you see the heavier rain there? It shows it more right off the coast. 15Z, that's 10 o'clock. And you see it kind of passing by, but then it builds back in. That's 5 o'clock. 8 o'clock is not building back in near as much. So that's what I was curious to see. So that's kind of what we were thinking was going to happen. But I wanted to look at our modeling to make sure. That's really good news if that were to be the case. That really keeps the heaviest rain offshore here. I mean, granted, we still have some flooding concerns, but you see these are 6-hour rainfall estimates here based on the forecast. And you can see here we're talking about that's still quite a bit. Don't get me wrong. That's still 4 or 5 inches in 6 hours, but we're not talking about the numbers of the advances. You see, just off the coast, that's 8 or 9 inches in 6 hours. That's really when you start to have more flooding concerns on top of the rain you've seen. But that's off the coast now because of that easterly shift with this. So shifting more off toward the east here, and that's really helping folks here potentially out toward Flagler and St. John's. But those winds still coming in, knocking out power this morning. And that's still something you have to be concerned with. But you see, maybe 2 or 3 inches in 6 hours. That's a big difference. Still some surge, though, coming in for sure with the wind direction playing a role. 2 or 3 inches still in 6 hours, and the red versus that yellow is 10 inches in 6 hours. That's a big difference. We'll look at this closer to the Carolina coast. I haven't had a chance to look at this too much because it seems like there may be a little more of a threat up there, and that's the low country, and I mean that's an area that can flood. This is tomorrow there at 8 a.m., 11. Actually seeing that come in more now toward the Carolinas. I mean that's 5 inches in 6 hours in the more vulnerable flooding areas, so that could cause some flash flood warnings to be issued up there as it makes landfall once again, as it gets some time over water and maybe approaches hurricane strength. It's like a whole other storm in some regard going back over the water here and then impacting a different part of the country. I mean, it's not going to be near as bad as what we saw toward South Florida, don't get me wrong, and not even as bad probably what we've seen in some regard toward Central Florida, but still, it's still going to have an impact there in the Carolinas, and in South Carolina moved their game to tonight, I believe. So that's something that's kind of important to know. But you see the rain kind of coming on in there, kind of coming on toward the picture there as we look ahead in the timeline. Again, just continuing to watch some different things here in the Weather Center, watch some different setups here. This area can't handle the water as well as we get back on up here and loop this. But you see lower numbers, at least toward Charlotte, 2 inches, 6 hours, still can cause issues up there, believe it or not. But again, you watch here the mountains there and then going on up as we look at the timeline, it kind of falls apart some. So that's some good news there in that regard. But just kind of interesting to watch that with you here live on the air, because we don't get a chance always to look at that when we're in this live mode. I mean, we were with you for 8 hours. I had a chance to look at stuff here this morning quite a bit, but still, it's a situation where things can change pretty rapidly and you can't catch everything. I want to just kind of give you an update on that overall trajectory here of the storm system. So let's see what traffic cameras are showing now, because we should be getting some better images now that we're at about sunrise. This is starting to show us what's going on a little bit better now out there on the area road. Just go ahead, and that camera just bouncing around. It's still kind of showing pretty dark. Yeah, it's probably too blurry to try to see, guys. It's not really showing a whole bunch. Getting toward I-95 here. This one's better. This is here. Let me find the exact spot we're in. So this is not too far from Ormond by the Sea there on Interstate 95. So let's go ahead and try to get you over there right now. Again, I'm shaking around some here in Ormond by the Sea this morning. This is outside our event area by just a little bit, but giving you a good perspective on what's going on right now. These winds are still playing a role here. See some ponding there as well on this side. I mean, you kind of look here, you see some of that ponding looks like there, and you see some of that wind kind of blowing around. I'll step over a little so you can kind of see this. And you can see the water blowing around as well. It looks like nothing like what we saw toward Punta Gorda yesterday. We had all those dramatic images in that general vicinity, but still nothing like what it actually was right at the coast either. But see some debris. Looks like something going across the road there. If you kind of saw that there live, so still pretty treacherous conditions. There you go. You kind of look at that. Wow, that was being picked up there a little bit. So these are still pretty nasty conditions, knocking out power. A third of the county in Volusia is without power. That's over 100,000 folks in the dark this morning in Volusia County. It's a wicked storm there. I mean, it's pretty dramatic, honestly, here right at sunrise. We just got a gust report around St. Augustine now at 57 miles an hour from 7 o'clock. So some stronger winds up the coast as well. But you just see some of these stronger winds blowing things around. Again, blowing some of that water around here closer to Ormond by the Sea in Volusia County here. So just giving you this live perspective here for you. As the sun starts to come up, we can start to get these better camera shots now of the areas. More debris. Watch this. You can see some more debris kind of in the picture. As the wind picks up a bit, this is going to blow around again. Just watch above my hand. We're getting new information in, but nothing I need to pass along. But I just kind of watch there. You see a car going by. Just have to see if the wind kind of picks what we saw up again here with another gust here in just a moment. These gusts are going to pick back up on us more than likely and kind of move things around some more here as we're looking in Volusia County. It looks like it's starting to blow a little bit. It looks like they kind of step on over just for perspective near a Dollar General. It looks like here in toward this area. So I'm not seeing it blow at this moment, but again, just kind of giving you guys an idea of what's happening. Seeing the camera shake some more there in Volusia County this morning toward I-95 there in this area. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys these visuals. Let's go up the coast and see what we have in our viewing area, because that's important for people just waking up. So let's go ahead now and switch on over here to some of these other sites. The debris just flew away there right when I cut the camera off. That's just how it goes. So we already saw some of that. But again, I'm going to go up the coast now some. We're going to go up here, see what we're looking at in terms of some of these winds here in toward our viewing area. Let's get in toward Flagler County, closer to Palm Coast near the lows. I think I've used this shot before during some of our severe wind events in the sun. Again, this coming up, looks like the shot's not really moving on us, so maybe frozen. It looks like it's streaming a shot. We'll pop it up. I don't think it's really showing anything live, maybe. So let's go ahead and kind of, I don't think it's moving, but you can see the darker skies here. And just kind of the nastier conditions overall there. Maybe losing power at that site. So that's kind of interesting to keep in mind. Charge of your devices if you're watching from Flagler County here this morning. So again, I'm just continuing to track all this. Let's go ahead and move away from this shot right now there, though, out of Flagler County. We're going to go up a little bit higher on the map here, further to the north. This here, let's see if it's moving. We can get a better visual. Looks like there is some movement on this one. So let's go ahead, pop it up. It's not really apparent, but I saw some stuff in the distance moving. You can kind of see the trees moving if you look real close there on this shot. So, and some of the vehicles maybe moving in the distance as well. But you see some of the trees definitely moving there as you look at the top of the screen. So, again, this is in Flagler County right now. I'm just giving you guys an idea of what's happening there in our southeasternmost county here. It's not looking as strong as what we saw in Volusia County there. With this axe and with some of that debris flying around. I mean, it wasn't maybe huge debris, but it's still indicative of the weather knocking out some power there. But let's see if we can get anything close to the coast. I know we don't necessarily have them on the coast down here, but we'll try to see what we have. Try to get you the best vantage point for you here this morning. Let's go back to the high res radar here. It's going to be kind of interesting to watch things as they progress here. You see New Smyrna Beach. Just to the northwest there, Daytona Beach, Spruce Creek Airport, a gust of 56 miles an hour there. So, again, just kind of watching things. Again, just kind of intriguing to track the overall scenario. But I'll see if I can get stuff closer to the coast, because that's when we have more unimpeded wind coming into the picture here. We'll check some of these cameras here for you. As again, the sun's just coming up. I mean, even in Duval County, we're having some stronger gusts. So let's see. I'll go up the coast a little, because if we can get something closer to the coast, they would have more unimpeded conditions for this wind to pick up maybe something. So, again, let's check. We'll go to UNF, Town Center Parkway area in Jacksonville. It's taking around pretty good, so that's pretty good view here, too. So, let's go ahead and pop this one on up. I mean, nothing extraordinary, but it's a really clear view. So, let's go ahead and show you here what's happening right now. That's Florida 511 perspective. You do see the trees kind of blowing. These are trees that generally blow around anyway, but you maybe see a little bit of maybe something by the side of the road there if you look real close. Some cars going off there, but a lot of jobs, maybe not really opening on up for folks today, and then obviously the schools being closed there. But you can see the camera's taking some into toward Duval County right now, into toward the Jacksonville area. On the first coast. So just kind of giving you a perspective here. You can definitely see these trees blowing around. Again, these are the type of trees you'd expect to kind of blow around like this, and nothing extraordinary here, but definitely looks like a little bit of something by the side of the road if you look real close, and maybe even over. I'll kind of step on over for you here this morning as we continue along with you with this long form coverage right now. You see a little something right there toward the median, it looks like. So again, something to kind of look at here. Obviously, you don't want to be out unless you have to be here, especially talking about folks east of 301, really, when we get in that regard, when we look at that. West of 301, not as big of a deal here as we've kind of alluded to, but here, based on the lowering impacts here toward north central Florida, we've been talking about here over the last hour or so. But Again, I'm just giving you guys this visual here, setting the scene for you with our tropical storm. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's down to 65 miles an hour. That max sustained winds are. So not as substantial of a storm as what we were dealing with there earlier on in terms of those wind speeds. But those gusts could still be close, if not exceeding just barely hurricane force. So just kind of giving you an idea of what's happening. We'll get back on over now and see the Doppler to the south a little bit as we continue here. Continue to give you the latest information. Just kind of protecting you, your friends, and your family here this morning. Again, trying to see exactly what's happening here. We're just going to keep on checking things. Let's go down to the south of 995 a little bit. This is towards St. Johns County. I definitely see some of the nastier conditions there. We'll go ahead and see here this view, this shot right now. You can see the slick road. Always got to be careful here on the tropical storm warning in this area. You can see the flashers on there. The car goes out of the side a little bit here, further inward areas there as we're looking, as we're moving away from this camera. So again, just continue to watch things. You got to be real careful here this morning on the road. Obviously, can have accidents occur. Even if you don't have severe weather or tropical storm warnings in play, you can still have accidents because of slick roads. A quarter inch or so east of Stark and Bradford County. Gust right now, nothing right home about 13 just now though. I did have 1 to 22 a little while ago since it's been on, but nothing extraordinary here, and that is some good news. So let's keep on checking some different things here. I'll see if we can go to our camera that we have in-house. It may not be quite ready for us to take right now, but I'll go ahead and check it to see what we have before we may pop it up here with you this morning. Yeah, okay, I think we can take this. We'll try to take this. It may not be a perfect view, but we'll try to go on over to it right now. Kind of showing the conditions here that we have closer toward Bradford County. We don't have any traffic cameras to take toward Bradford County, so that's kind of something to keep in mind. But yeah, there you see the wind blowing around pretty good. Even the cloud moving around here pretty good as we said this to you live. So kind of giving you guys a visual outside looking up from Stark area toward the west here. Obviously the worst is moving more off here toward the east, but still windy conditions. I mean, you still have that tropical storm warning at the coast there toward coastal areas there as we get down even in the Big Bend. But we're getting some new reporting into the chat right now. Let's get back on over toward the Doppler radar. We'll go ahead and show you here what's happening. I know ham radio operator saying a large tree was down there on Adams Street in US 92 in Daytona. So kind of telling you why it's important not to be out there and about as we're getting down toward Volusia County there. This morning you saw that debris, kind of that small debris flying around there. So on those camera sides, obviously could have trees still falling out there. And we have quite a few power outages in Daytona. I mean, that's just one county away from a viewing area. Flagler, the percentages haven't been as high. Granted, also, I mean, the population that's set up there isn't something that's really dense, but still, that number will probably go up here as we get into worsening conditions. The worst weather has definitely been in Volusia compared to Flagler here so far with this, as the storm is getting its way, making its way off the coast here over the next little bit. So we're 7:36 right now. I've been with you for about an hour or so continuously. We'll stay with you a little longer, and then we'll take a break, maybe like a 9-minute break, something like that here in the coverage. But we'll just kind of check some different things here. Let's check power outage numbers again, I think. We'll go back on over there as we continue here along with you this morning. Again, just trying to get an idea on exactly what's happening out there across the Sunshine State. I mean, 2,582,325 customers out in the dark right now, according to PowerOutage.us here. So let's go ahead and say this here right now. We're just going to go ahead and pop up our power source here. You kind of get an idea of what's going on. Again, you can see all that darker red. That's almost 100% outages that we're dealing with. That is really bad. I mean, something like what you saw in some of the worst storms here where power's coming out a while. But even Volusia County here, I mean, just outside of our area, we're talking about 114,000 customers in the dark. That's significant here for sure, but they're under the hurricane warning, not now, as we're getting some reporting in, some new gusts coming in from the 6 o'clock hour from down there, gust to 66 knots in that area, 76 miles an hour. That's a hurricane force gust. That was from 6:20, and then, or no, wait a minute, let me double check that again. That's actually 7:20. I'm not used to Roy being on the air at this time this morning, so I got to do my time conversions here from Z time. That's 7:20 and 7:34 then, so happening right now pretty much. So 7:20, I guess, to 66 knots. So 76 miles an hour, and in Augusta, Daytona Beach Region Airport, another one there at 34 past the hour to 60 knots. That's 69 miles an hour. That's really significant wind that's been ripping its way through Volusia County there. Trying to get some of that in Flagler here is the overall pattern, but luckily the outages are showing a pretty steady picture. I think they may be a little higher than this based on some of the reports we're getting, but it seems like the density of that wind here in the reports, I mean, it's partly because of the population density, but I mean, have been more down toward Volusia, as we've seen on the radar too. That supports that. So, getting up the road here, St. Johns County, still decent amount of outages. Clay County, almost 5,000 out. Putnam, about 3,000. Marion, about 12,000. You see some of these different outages here. Columbia County, a few thousand. Duval County, over 9,000, as we're now getting some reporting out of Bunnell. And this is kind of why I think maybe the outages are underdone a little bit. A trained weather spotter now reporting structural damage to a building in South Bunnell here in Flagler County. That's why we're kind of treating this more as a life-threatening scenario here in some regard right now and staying with you because of some of the different winds we've been seeing coming on in. Not what you want to hear of. It's like toward Flagler County right there at the coast. Some of these stronger winds coming to fruition. And again, this power outage map maybe not getting everything in toward Flagler at this point, but we're getting some new reporting in right now down toward the south. First off, just got a gust 58 knots there. Orlando, one of the airports there to 60, looks like 67 miles an hour or so. It's just in the last few moments there. The outage is down there. Orlando, I mean, that's still significant, but it's not just total power outage there. That's about a fifth, give or take, of the customers in the dark there. Maybe a fourth, to kind of try to do the math here early this morning, something like that. So again, as we get down toward Osceola County, much less in the density compared to some of the neighboring counties. I mean, look at Polk County there. That's over half the customers in the dark. Collins County, Hardy County, Manatee County there, Charlotte. I mean, Lee, and those are just areas that are going to be just recovering for months to come, folks. We saw what happened after Michael. That's what they're going to be dealing with toward areas like Lee and also Charlotte County. I mean, county's inland a little bit, though. We don't know the exact extent of the damage, but it could be reminiscent here as we don't get quite as far inland because it moves slower, and we can, because of that, it didn't carry the winds as far as like what we saw toward Donaldsonville and southwest toward Michael, but still, I mean, these areas here, a couple counties in, are going to have issues where power could be out a couple weeks as well. So that's something that's significant. That's what we saw in Mariana. Power outages lasted for a while there in Jackson County. Just kind of giving some perspective on what happened with Michael there and comparing it to what we're dealing with here with Ian, Tropical Storm Ian now this morning. So again, just checking things. We got a new information in, and I need to go ahead. I'll keep this on here real quick. It just passes by in the chat. So let me go ahead and back this up real quick so I can read this to you. Some information about Little Wekiva there. Again, the worst flooding we ever had on that. It looks like the levels are beginning to slow, but it's mainly because of the lower rainfall rates and heavy rain sifting south. So this could lead to another rapid rise if it reaches the gauge. So we don't want to hear about that. So again, I just kind of getting that information in here live on the fly here this morning as we are with you at 7:42 on this Thursday. The temperature is 59 degrees right now toward Bradford County, more of a nor'easter here versus off again toward Flagler, St. John's. Much more impactful here, much more impactful of a scenario that we're dealing with. So again, I just tracking everything here. Let's go ahead and move away from this right now. We've been checking some of our different graphics here. Let's see what we got for you. Let's go back on over to the storm surge graphic here. So we get a new update from the Hurricane Center pretty soon, or 8 a.m. advisory. They're just doing the 3-hour updates now, but I know things aren't as discernible on radar, which is good news, obviously, because we're not seeing things as organized. But you see the storm surge up toward the Carolinas, but then here up toward areas here, southeast Georgia, northeast Florida, kind of down with things, 3 to 5 feet, 4 to 6 feet, depending on where you're at. The St. Johns River, 3 to 5 feet, it looks like 4 to 6 feet. The Altamaha Sound to the Flagler, Volusia County line. So that's substantial. That's a substantial storm surge that we're dealing with. Flooding concerns, beach erosion, dangerous rip currents here, high surf. You kind of get the idea. There's some really nasty conditions here overall that you're dealing with here toward the first coast. Again, not seeing that toward the Gulf Coast. You got real lucky in Cedar Key overall here with the wind direction. Even Tampa Bay, they got real lucky as well in the grand scheme of things. I mean, could have been so much worse down there as we just continue to track things here. In the weather center, I know probably gonna get some tropical storm warnings dropping off the board toward the south here. I know there's still stuff down toward the Treasure Coast, but as this kind of moves off toward the north, that's going to drop one off, I would think, as we're continuing to watch things here from the weather center. So back to the Doppler radar we go now, 7:44 on this Thursday morning. Meteorologist Casey Cloud live with you on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch to protect you, your friends, and your family here toward, we're talking about Central Florida with the accent, but in our area, the Northeast Florida region here, especially Flagler County. Nasty weather, but you see the cool air, Keystone 59, and again, we're at 59 here east of Stark on my thermometer as well. Barometric pressure 1,007 millibars and steady here at this point, so kind of giving you an idea of the overall pressure scenario as it's a lot different as we get down toward areas around Cape Canaveral. Pressure 989 millibars, and that's similar to what the Hurricane Center had earlier on, right near the center of circulation down there. Still a pretty strong system as we're seeing East Central Florida get impacted here this morning, and then southeast areas of Georgia beginning stuff later on, but then you see some lighter rain up there, but we're talking about northeast Florida right now with some of the bigger impacts here. So again, we're just continuing to track things with this overall scenario that we're dealing with here. We're just trying to give you the very latest here on this, getting some new wind reports in now. Getting some new wind reporting in here. Flagler County, the Hammock Dunes Bridge, gusts to 57 miles an hour. Marineland exposed side, a gust to 80, sustained at 52. Gust to 36 at the Rima Ridge, Daytona North there in Flagler County, gust to 35 miles an hour. And Flagler Beach, a gust to 55, sustained 35 miles an hour. So just kind of giving you guys an idea of some of these stronger wind speeds here that we're dealing with on this Thursday morning, this September 29th. We're kind of trying to get past Ian here, get out of the picture. I know FSU football looking to play on Saturday, and we are expecting some pretty good conditions for that as of last check, as we're getting the nicer weather to try to take hold here across the region. So again, just kind of seeing how things set on up. I know haven't had time to really focus on that forecast too much there, but things are looking good in terms of precipitation for that game against Wake on Saturday. Under the Gators, they moved their game to Sunday. At the last check, Central Florida was playing on Sunday there as well, or Orlando. Very unusual for college football to take place there on Sunday, but sometimes the weather scenarios kind of look like they require that. I mean, the cleanup definitely toward Orlando is going to be pretty extensive there. Not necessarily just extreme damage, but now where Gainesville, honestly, they probably could have played Saturday, but you just never know with meteorological setups here. Just right on the fringe here in north central Florida. I mean, the highest we've got here so far this morning is 22 miles an hour where I'm at. Of course, some spots getting higher on some of those weather stations, weather service ones. Sometimes there's gusts to read a little bit higher, a little bit better spot for the wind anyway. And 22 knots was the story there at Keystone, so 25 miles an hour here just a little while ago. So again, just continuing to watch things with that, just continuing to monitor the scenario here, trying to give you guys exactly what's happening here this morning, the very latest. We're waiting for that 8 o'clock update before we take a break here. We should have that pretty soon, that intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center in Miami here, as we go and move the map back over here. You can kind of see, again, we're going to be watching that wind direction because the wind direction is so critical here, and the wind speeds as we have the pressure there lowering as well. The storm surge can be coming on in to the picture here. High tide key there And let's check some of our inundation maps. We have our inundation dashboard up here. I have one centered up here. One of our tabs centered up toward the north. We don't have a lot of stations up here, but not seeing a whole lot here with this, but let's go ahead and punch it up here anyway because it can be helpful. It can be helpful for everybody at home. So let's go ahead and say you guys exactly what is going on here. Just trying to see exactly what's going to sound like. The wind is picked up outside a little bit here where we're at East of Star. Looking at my anemometer, but again, let's go ahead and see what we have here. Let's go to the coastal inundation dashboard. You can kind of see we're going between some numbers, going between some information here this morning. Again, storm surge warning remaining in effect here. That's continuing there as we get, it's still down toward the south, middle of Longboat Key southward to Flamingo, including Charlotte Harbor, to all the devastation towards some of those areas. But then Flagler, Volusia line to the mouth of the South Santee River and the St. Johns River as well. And this is toward Mayport where we've had some pretty bad flooding in the past. You see right now we're kind of just starting to rise back up a little bit closer to high tide later on. And last time we had about 1.5 inches. This time be getting in towards some minor flooding at least here. We'll just have to wait and see though. You see the highest forecasted here. Roy is showing up for tomorrow with some of this information here. Now this can kind of get a little confusing because it's not stuff we look at too often, but just kind of seeing some different things here. The overall levels that we're seeing with the overall predictions do kind of going up as we look later on toward the timeline here. So this is kind of interesting. This is not something that's just going to completely wrap up today. Still going to linger some into tomorrow. That's right, by the way, right after midnight. So kind of interesting to see that here in the timeline. But we'll still be dealing with things here today. It's just the wind direction plays a role here, and it will be in pretty good proximity even then. It's 7:50 in the morning, and it is going to still kind of, with that storm surge, it's still going to be around here for a pretty good while longer. That threat here with the higher numbers that we're seeing here, the high tide, thing like that, come in to a connection there. So again, just trying to give you guys an idea of these water levels. This is going to be something that's going to be off the coast, as we saw with Matthew, though further off the coast maybe, and then not near as strong of a storm system when it's passing on by. So again, just continuing to watch things here. Let's get back on over toward the Doppler. Let's go ahead and get back on over toward the Doppler radar right now. It's still at the coast right now here, a different track by far down to the south than what we saw with Matthew as it's going across the peninsula about to reemerge into the water, which could be something for them to watch towards South Carolina with another landfall that's going to probably occur here later on tomorrow. So that'll be sometime tomorrow, maybe in the evening hours there, or maybe later afternoon. And I look at this here, probably as it's going to kind of accelerate some in that 18Z there. That's 2 o'clock, so probably like late afternoon maybe based on this timeline. Look at our other models. Let's put up our TVCN, see what they have on here. They have 18Z as well, and that's actually showing weaker winds there. So that's kind of interesting. We'll just have to see exactly what comes out of this here. The pressure's still pretty low, so it's over at that warm Atlantic water here. It can kind of try to maybe develop some here. We'll just have to wait and see. There's still a little bit here with it on the radar, but with a decent structure. But on satellite, it's really falling apart here. Visible, probably not going to say too much yet, but you can start to see it come up a little bit here. A little bit of lightning out there. But I'll pull up our supercell composite. A lot of that threat staying off the coast, thankfully, and your significant tornado parameter. But again, I'm just watching some different things here. I know there's lower pressures here. You see what we're doing with that. Higher pressures toward the north and west. And then as we go ahead and say it now, we go ahead and show you some of these wind speeds here. We'll go ahead and put a meso overlay on. You see how we have the stronger winds right there. According to this, toward Flagler, estimating those out stronger there versus obviously much weaker inland. These are METARs, if you're wondering what we're talking about here. And showing you, this might get kind of confusing if you're not in the meteorology. I'll put that back on, but I'll take the pressure off here real quick. These are indicative, but when you have these white ones here, indicative, and the more lines, indicative of 40 knots, which gets us the estimate to about 46 miles an hour. So these are not actual reports. but just kind of giving you guys an idea of what we're looking at. So let's get back to the high resolution view here. May want to, let's see, I'll probably still stay on the one to the south, or I'll go ahead and go to Jacksonville radar because I'm able to get a little bit different look at things here as we continue along this morning, as we wait for that new intermediate advisory from 8 o'clock here to come out from the National Hurricane Center there in Miami. We'll just kind of see exactly how that looks here with the overall scenario, just to kind of see if the winds have changed any there, or the max thing. Not expecting too many changes. We're just kind of wanting to give you the very latest here from them, and they give that to you there at home. Of course, you can get the latest track updates at Kona Concern, let's try that again, cloudweather.com/tropics there, Cloudweather homepage as well. So let's go to the Jacksonville radar because I've been on the Melbourne, but this kind of helps us out. You see the lighter rain right there, and it's dark, but getting out toward Union County, there's really not much falling there. But we just are barely in it here in eastern Bradford, and you can see here toward parts of Volusia County, Flagler County. These winds are not going to be as high as what we're seeing on the velocity mode when they get down, when they translate to the surface. But still, I mean, you see 46 miles an hour. That's an observed gust there, St. Augustine Airport. 54 Mayport. These are tropical force gusts that can start to knock out power. 60s when you're really starting to see that become more predominant, like what we've seen toward Flagler or Volusia County. Gust almost 70 there, but we've seen some gusts here that have been pretty high in Flagler as well that have started to knock out some power there in that vicinity. Let's take another look outside. I hear the rain coming down a little bit toward Bradford County where I'm at. So let's go ahead and take you over. Look from where I'm at here off toward the west. We're going to look off toward the west from this dark area. You see the clouds moving out of motion. With the clouds, if you look real carefully there, and you see some rain coming on down here. Nothing extraordinary. Only about a third of an inch so far on the rain gauge. But it's just interesting to watch that cloud movement if you look real carefully here this morning. It's kind of intriguing to watch that here with the overall meteorology of things. So again, just continue to watch our strong tropical storm. It's not a weak tropical storm like what we've seen in the past, like with Ada coming through here back in 2020. It was one of those storms when we were still using the Greek alphabet when we had so many names. It was really just not producing a whole bunch of rain in any of our zones as we got away from Cedar Key. And but here, I mean, we're seeing heavy downpours here on some of our county coastlines, but even out toward areas we're getting reporting like Bunnell. I mean, and there's just more population density for reports to come out. Not as much as Volusia County, but more than Levy County for sure. But we'll go ahead and show you here our radar view again here as we're giving you this update here at 7:56 on this Thursday. You kind of see it's showing, this is the view from Jacksonville, but kind of see how we have more dry air down there. But look at that, gust of 54 at the Brunswick-McKinnon Airport. So these winds have really spread out because the storm we saw with Irma in a way, and nothing like Irma for most of our area here, as we talked about. But I mean, but for our coastal areas, we've seen just the winds have spread out here with this because we had all the winds stacked together really strong. It kind of spread apart here as it kind of became really a storm here, a tropical storm. It was unwinding itself. So again, just trying to see. You see those tropical storm warnings I'm putting to the south just as a precaution, but and all the damage and power outages. I know people really gonna have some issues there, as we talked about toward areas there. I mean, around Punta Gorda. You kind of get the idea where the storm surge was worse, where that was really coming in. We had Naples there and those areas. You see Fort Myers on the map. Just not what you want to see. We're looking toward the south here, just kind of looking at the coast. But again, I just saw that storm surge coming in. We'll have to see the exact video, but to see exactly what's gone on there. But we're getting some new updates. It looks like they're still continuing some of these alerts. Just tropical storm watch continuing, tropical storm warnings continuing here, even up into Brantley County and Charlton County as well, getting a little bit more inland up there based on some different things. But again, let's see what we have. We have a new update from the Hurricane Center yet. I hadn't seen it come across in chat. It may be there. Let's see. No, not yet. No new update yet. But we'll have a new intermediate advisory here in just a few moments. It's getting closer toward that 8 o'clock benchmark here this morning as we're continuing to track this scenario across the viewing circle. So Again, you can see this moderate rain though. I mean, coming down South Ponte Vedra Beach, Volcano Beach, St. Augustine Beach there, getting into this. And this can help to bring down some of the stronger wind gusts at times as we get into towards some of these communities. So 51 miles an hour there, close towards State Road 100 there in Flagler County, State Highway 5. Some heavier rain there as well. Yeah, at times at least. And you see the actual heavy downpour showing up here as we get towards St. Augustine. Old Beach Road over towards San Carlos Street. You can see here A1A getting into some of that, and that can help transport gusts maybe like 60 miles an hour down toward the surface there. More likely to get a hurricane type gust in Flagler though because of the proximity. As we kind of talked about here, this storm, I'll get the track up for you guys again. Let's give you that here, and we'll put that back on here. So this is from earlier, but you see it kind of going across here, and then you kind of see it curving off and then going back up toward the Carolinas though as we get toward tomorrow afternoon. You see we're not even seeing the cone of concern now, according to this map at least, reach the beaches. This is a different view of it, so it may not be showing it quite perfect, but like we have it officially, but still it kind of shows you how more confidence here in that track there, further off into toward the Atlantic waters. As we're getting an update now from the office in Melbourne. Let's go back to their radar. You can see the finer details of the center circulation better down here. Again, 2 flash of emergency still in effect here. Little Warkiva there, and then the larger one there for Seminole and portions of Volusia and Orange counties. So again, still dealing with that here this morning. Still monitoring the situation. There's 1 hour rainfall estimates here showing up as we get here towards some of these spots in Volusia County. This isn't necessarily here in that flash flood emergency further on up, but we're talking about 2 inches in an hour there as we get toward the interstate. And I mean, as we get further on up here, I'll check it on our other source. We should be having our new update in. Okay, it just came in right now. I was looking on over, and then right then it popped up, but we'll go over that with you here. But real quick, I'll pull up a 1 hour on our refined mode here on GR Earth. Let's go ahead and see this here. You can see 1 hour still in about 2 inches in the purple. You can see about a ½ inch so up here, but some spots towards St. Augustine closer to 1 inch in an hour. Nothing to write home about, but some of this heavier rain trying to work its way in, but it seems like some of it could be more off the coast now, even than what we were talking about yesterday with Flagler County, but still some of that trying to come in. But it's a close call there for Flagler in terms of the heaviest rain, but still the wind is occurring right now because of this overall wind pattern that we're tracking. So again, and there's still some flooding concerns for sure from storm surge and from the heavy rainfall. So again, we got a new update in now. Let's see what we have from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Sending that out. They've been really busy here, obviously, with this storm, a historic storm. This name's not going to be used again. And we're still going, they're saying they're still going with 65 miles an hour with the max sustained winds. Let's go ahead and move this down just a little bit here. So not too many changes, it doesn't look like here. Barometric pressure 987 millibars. Max sustained winds again 65 miles an hour. Northeast movement at 8 miles an hour. Tropical storm warning discontinued from Boca Raton to the Jupiter Inlet. And the storm surge warning has been discontinued from the middle of Longboat Key to Flamingo there, including Charlotte Harbor. But again, still watching the storm system here. Had a gust there to 70 recently, Daytona Beach International Airport, like what we talked about here. So we're just going to have to keep on tracking this here, keep on monitoring the situation here this morning with this dangerous scenario that's ongoing here. We're just going to continue here with the very latest. We're going to take a quick break, though, about 9-minute break. They're now giving you that latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. But I'll be back here. Give me about a little after 8:10 here. We're just going to get some new information back in less than 10 minutes for more weather information on this Thursday morning. As you try to keep an eye on Tropical Storm Ian. The max sustained winds now at 65 miles an hour. They've been steady here in terms of the comparison from the last advisory.
This is a cloud weather alert. Tracking Ian.
Back here about 8:11 on this Thursday morning. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Another update on Tropical Storm Ian. Max sustained winds at 65 miles an hour. Getting some flooding reports out of Flagler County in right now. Train spotters saying the Burroughs Road flooded, impassable according to emergency management there in that area. Sending that on into us. And then it just kind of came up here in the chat. Some new information showing that the Flagler County, Bunnell area, emergency management reporting flooding on State Road 100 west of 100 overpass there. 6 to 12 inches of water covering the road. So getting that water to cause some issues here this morning with Tropical Storm Ian. Again, 65 mile an hour max sustained winds with this. Some higher gusts possible. And we saw a gust there. See it on the map here. Gust 57 miles an hour there at about 740 in Flagler County. That's not too far from the interstate, so you may want to pull up some interstate cameras again here just to kind of give you an idea. I mean, it's going to be more intermittent up here, but still some stronger gusts a possibility. So let's go ahead and see what we have here right now. Getting into toward Flagler County. We'll see if we have a shot here for you that kind of tells the weather story possibly. Yeah, you can see kind of gusting a little bit here, so let's go ahead. We don't have cameras right on the beach that we can use, but let's go ahead and pop this one up. We're going to see here the Florida 511 perspective. You can kind of see just the slick conditions. I mean, you can see trees blowing around some, but it's not something that's overwhelming looking. But again, it happens in gusts here from time to time. Sustained winds lower, but the gust here, we can't necessarily generally catch them on camera, but this is I-95 northbound there, a mile marker 289, it looks like. It's a little hard to read on that screen there, but something is there on it's one of the mile markers there, I-95 northbound, looking off toward the north and west. So again, just trying to give you some of that perspective here. We'll go ahead and look away from this camera shot for the time being as we go ahead and continue along now. Again, just checking some different things here, seeing what else we can give you live on the air here. So let me go ahead and see what else we have. We'll just go ahead and check some of these shots here, go up the coast, and kind of give you another shot here. Let's see, this is going to be I-95 at mile marker 297 now. Able to kind of get an idea of what's going on out there on this Florida 511 view. You can see here people trying to go by on the roads, but nothing overwhelming at times. You see a gust there. You look at the left side, you see some of that water there is kind of moving around just a little on the road. I'll kind of step over here in the shot and show you some of this. You can kind of see some of it at times. Slacks off from time to time here on the visual. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest information here this morning. Oh, you see some cars trying to go on by. It's got to play it safe out there, though, this morning if you're out on the road. Just we go ahead and switch on over to some different things now. Get down toward the south some with these shots. We had some pretty interesting shots closer toward Volusia County, into toward Volusia County there a little while ago. I know there's some power outages down there. Let's see what this one's showing us. It's really shaking here. It's interesting to see how the differences are showing up between Flagler and Volusia, and the power outage is reflected. This is in Volusia County here right now. This is a pretty dramatic shot. I mean, maybe overdoing it a little bit with this shaking, but just kind of telling that weather story there in parts of Volusia County. So giving you just a real quick look at that there. You definitely see some pretty treacherous conditions. That could be maybe overdoing it just a bit there. I'll go on just south. That's when we saw some stuff flying around though, and we're still seeing some nasty conditions. This is a better shot, Roy, because we're able to get a little more of a stationary view here. So let's go ahead and kind of pop this up here just for a second. Again, seeing that view, I'm gonna readjust something here with the shot real quick. Try to go ahead and make sure we have that frame good for you. Now we'll pop that back up, and you can kind of see here. You can kind of see the trees shaking. Maybe not quite as strong as what we saw a little while ago, but still pretty nasty. Still seeing little pieces of stuff blowing around out there. Look at over here. You can kind of see something trying to fly around as we kind of try to point that out to you here. Something occasionally trying to move around there this morning. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys an idea of what is happening out there. from that meteorological perspective, from that real-time viewpoint. Here you kind of mixed it all together. The radar, the camera views. Again, in Volusia County, things have been more impressive here. And down to the south end, they have all that flooding there towards Central Florida, and the wind's still pretty high. 808 there, Gus Sanford. Orlando reporting 51 knots. That gets us there to about 59 miles an hour. That's another severe gust. I mean, you have these severe thunderstorm warnings that go on for all the time, and we're getting these gusts to severe limits here, and that causes power outages. You just continue to check some different camera angles here and see what's going on. It looks just pretty nasty out there this morning in Volusia County as the rain kind of gets on that camera lens a little. Again, just tracking this live, giving you the latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So let's go ahead and move away. I know from time to time, take a little pause here while I'm talking. We've just been on a while here over the last couple of days, so make sure we catch our breath here as we continue to watch this nasty conditions for sure as we go ahead and get down here. I'll check some other cameras in the vicinity in the region here, see what else is happening, getting down toward Volusia County a little bit further even. You can definitely see the nasty weather here. I-95 southbound mile marker 265 is telling a story here as well. So again, let's go ahead and go back on over here. You'll be able to see our viewpoint. Definitely don't have to drive to this if you can avoid it here. In this area, definitely seems like the camera sites we've seen out of Volusia have been more dramatic, and the power outage numbers really reflect that here. Even though we've gotten pretty high reports in Flagler, it seems like maybe some of those are closer to the coast here. But we just got a new flash flood warning now for parts of Lake Orange, Seminole, Volusia counties until 12:15 here, getting into the afternoon as that flooding threat continues. Getting reports of some issues toward Kissimmee there and Osceola County over the last little bit. So with some flooding concerns setting up, I know the flooding just causing issues. Maybe not quite as bad as some of the models just showing for Central Florida, where we had the potential for 2 to 3 feet, but a foot of rain in urban areas still causes really big problems. So again, you can kind of see here. You can really see the water kind of blowing around here, the wind blowing things around here this morning. Folks trying to get by. A few cars even look like kind of maybe even a little bit of water up there on some of these roads. To an extent, it could just be the way we're looking at this with just the pond in the water on the roadway. But again, just tracking these camera shots here, seeing the things shake around here this morning down toward East Central Florida, really out toward Volusia County. Again, these shots have been more dramatic down there. That's why we haven't really been staying on the ones in our area as much, because haven't seen as much in the way of dramatic weather, and that's because the winds aren't quite as strong in general here with the overall setup. But we'll kind of see what we're talking about here. Let's go back down to our tropical storm now. We'll go ahead and show you here as we continue to watch, continue to track. Again, checking some different things here when we're on the air, when we're off the air. Just trying to see exactly what we need to do, where we need to go. But again, you can see here our center of circulation here, right there around Cape Canaveral, and that's going to be headed on off here over the next little bit. You can see though some of these stronger bands here. I mean, it's just showing the winds aloft, and some of that's translating down. Pretty strong wind. It looks like close towards Sanford right now, maybe. That definitely could be because it is just not as strong as it's showing on here, obviously. That's showing the winds over 80. But I mean, this is showing more like 50, and that's what we're seeing right there with the METAR. That's pretty much on cue there in terms of adding on up there. I don't always get that in tropical system when they're more unorganized like that. But the velocity was really indicative of what the wind was actually measuring out there on the anemometer and on the METAR site. So we'll get a new update now from the Weather Service there out of Melbourne. They're saying flash flood emergency still for Little Wekiva, but all other flash flood warnings are for the considerable impact, still life-threatening, still for a dangerous situation, but not the worst of the worst like what we're seeing there out toward Little Wekiva. A flash flood emergency there because of just all the rain causing the water to really rise there. You can see talking about a foot of rain there, and we had a record level reached there earlier on as we got toward the Little Wekiva River there in Seminole County, a particularly dangerous, life-threatening situation where nearly a foot above the record was reported there. So not what you want to hear, not what you want to see, obviously. As we get up toward the north, though, getting new reporting out of Flagler County. Actually, this is the same report. It's coming into the storm report process. But the water covering the road there, State Road 100, west of the 100 overpass there around Bunnell. As we go ahead and see some of that action there in Flagler County right now this morning. Again, keeping you guys safe and informed this morning as the power outage numbers can be an issue for folks here from time to time. So I'm going to go ahead as we get those numbers to increase. That's what I'm trying to say by that. So we're just going to go ahead and check some different things. Let's see what we have to go next here. Let me go ahead and see what we got here. Behind the scenes, that power outage number still going up in the state of Florida. Hopefully we'll eventually get this to go down here. But it's still going up for now for sure. So something we're having to deal with Ian here in the grand scheme of things. It's taking a little while for our map to load. I know a lot of people are probably on this just waking up. They want to see how many people are out, because the more people that are out, generally, I mean, there's a lot of resources in Florida coming to Florida, but I mean, it still may take longer, Roy, for everybody to get their power back on because that's the level of damage here being done. So again, taking a little bit to load there. Again, you see a little flicker from time to time. It's just, I'm trying to load this a little bit better so we could sew it a different way, but you wouldn't be able to see it very good. I want to make sure we can break this down for you. So sometimes kind of overloads our system a little bit. But again, as the internet's not at a perfect speed either, because I mean, so many people using it, and all the issues down south here. I mean, efforts going down there to fix things and just to get communication out of those areas there. In Southwest Florida especially, because I mean there's a lack of that communication there because of all the outages here. You see almost really out toward Lee County and especially Charlotte County, pretty much everybody in the dark there. You see Hardy County, Manatee County. I mean, it's just a really bad picture with high density of power outages. Down there, even Polk County over half in the dark. See Lester, some of these areas and percentage-wise, but Volusia's doing not great there overall. And in Flagler, still about 10,000 or so in terms of the customers in the dark right now. They're about 10,000 or so, which would generally be a pretty big deal in a severe thunderstorm scenario. But in comparison to what we're seeing down south, I mean, in our area, really the highest percentage, as you would expect, in the dark, but it's not something that's overwhelming. But if you're in the dark, obviously it's not great to be in that type of scenario here. As if you're not in the dark yet, charge of the devices, especially there. Other parts of Flagler and then St. John's, even eastern Duval, and you just never know here with some of these winds coming on into the picture. I know winds not too strong, but just always gotta be watching here. I'm talking about when I say the winds aren't too strong, I'm talking about north central Florida, because I'm looking at my anemometer as I'm talking to you guys right now. I just had a gust of 13, but that's why we don't have the outages up here in toward Bradford County. We have these outages toward the east because the winds are stronger here toward the first coast. So I know we sometimes get a little lost in our discussing sometimes when we've been talking for a while, but I just look at my anemometer. We saw a little bit of a gust, but that's not really up there too high. I want to go ahead and give you an update on the graphics again. At this point, let's go ahead and show you what's happening here. There's your radar, but we have our graphics we can go to now. I want to go ahead and just show you our excessive rainfall outlook here. As a last check here from the Weather Prediction Center, you can see that high risk here for excessive rainfall over parts of Flagler and St. John's in play here, and then that rainfall from Ian, you can see it here in that red area. I mean, that's still a potential for 10 or 15 inches toward parts of St. John's and Flagler counties. So you see Palm Coast, gusts to 75 not out of the question, and these rainfall numbers are pretty high. I mean, we've already had 5+ inches here towards spots. I'll look to see our estimates here and kind of give you an idea on that. But I mean, we're expecting more on top of that. I mean, there's parts of Flagler here, especially just south of Palm Coast. It looks like, I mean, our radar's 9 inches out of Melbourne for anyway. So already starting in the general vicinity of Flagler County, already starting to kind of get towards some of these amounts here in range. And then again, isolated tornado threat is there. It's not overwhelming, but we'll keep our eyes on it here just to make sure things don't get really crazy on us here. But as we're watching maybe from Bradford County, north central Florida, things are not as bad by a wide margin of what they could have been. I have gusts to 50 here, though. Honestly, that may be on the high side. I was just accounting for a gust we had earlier down toward Alachua County. we had in the 50 range. I thought it could translate up here, so I wanted to. I had it at 60 when we were doing this graphic last time back on Tuesday night, and a full update before we were in wall to wall yesterday for the landfall. But we dropped that from 60 to 50. Probably could have dropped it to 45, but you just never know. It's not a question here, but getting a report of a gust of 53 now, 53 miles an hour there, Jacksonville Beach at about 750. So let's go ahead and pop up here. Let's go ahead and pop up our other radar view here. We'll go ahead and give you guys the latest information here as we transition on over. We're talking about just some of that stronger wind there at the coast, and then 805 there, street flooding reported. We were talking about it earlier, but Burroughs Drive and Buffalo Grove Place there near the Belterre Parkway. Streets were reported to be impassable there, 3 miles west-northwest of Palm Coast. So this moderate rain can still cause issues coupled with this desaturated ground. More of that on top of that can be problematic. Could end up getting a flash flood warning. You never know here as more rain comes down in Flagler County here this morning. Maybe if we don't get it earlier on in the timeline, could be later on in the timeline. So we'll continue to watch things with that. We just have to continue to monitor the storm system here because there's still things that can go kind of wrong with it that could still impact our area in the eastern zones. I mean, the rain shield goes 77 miles out, give or take, from the center right now. I'm just kind of marking that there generally. And eventually, though, as this gets off here, about 2 a.m., we're talking about it being about 70 miles off the coast. So that kind of changes things. But here, as we kind of get that rain to push out in some of these areas, that northeasterly direction kind of a key factor here in things as we're watching this scenario. So we're at 8:28 right now. Let's take another 9-minute break. We're going to gather more information here on this Thursday morning and be back with you shortly. Stay tuned, everybody.
This is a cloud weather alert. Tracking Ian.
Back here in the Weather Center, it's 8:37 on this Thursday. Still tracking our tropical storm. Max sustained wind 65 miles an hour. So just gathering some new information here on this. See, there's an extension of a flash flood warning now down towards Central Florida for parts of Orange and Osceola counties. Still getting some action there. It's not completely over, but you're still seeing some light threatening flash flooding, but the rain rates have dropped off, or maybe an inch or two still possible in that vicinity. But most of the rain, the bulk of the rain has already fallen there. Still got to watch some different area creeks, things like that. You just never know in those local areas in general here. But as we kind of watch things down toward East Central Florida, as of course we have the issue there up toward the north of the flash flood emergency near areas there in Seminole County. We're talking about southwestern Seminole, to be precise, the little Kiowa river there we're talking about. So again, I'm just watching that. I mean, as lucky as we're getting here in north central Florida towards Stark and things like that, just real quick, it's just really, really ironic actually. As we were down, I mean, not we, but I guess people, our family members were down with a storm on this day in 1896. It was about the worst storm to ever impact areas in north central Florida. At one point, I thought this could take a path similar with weaker conditions as it would run into more hostile conditions to the north. But just real quick, take a look at weather history here, just while we're on, because storms can happen and get inland and have issues. I mean, you see this unnamed hurricane in 1896. Again, on this day in 1896, we were tracking the impact. It was just causing really bad weather here toward the east. Some of the worst weather that ever been recorded here toward areas like Stark and Gainesville. Just devastation that day in 1896. It was a Category 3 storm, while these others here were Cat 2 coming nearby. So this is kind of interesting. You can get the impact here in north central Florida from things. But again, this time around, we got lucky. It looks like in north central Florida. Northeast Florida, not necessarily the same story in terms of some of those tropical storm type impacts really coming to fruition here. Tropical storm winds being reported up and down the coast here toward the first coast region. So let's go ahead and go back on over toward the Doppler radar. You can kind of see what's going on, and we're getting reporting now in out of Duval County, the Mandarin area, 535. It looks like a retail sign was knocked down to the intersection of Bay Meadows and Old Kings Road South. Nearby, a gust of 52 miles an hour happened around this time. It's about those gusts here that kind of cause issues from time to time with this tropical system. It's just kind of interesting to see here. You can kind of just track things on off here with this, and you're still getting some of that wind to kind of come on into the picture here and cause some problems in toward these areas. Again, the center circulation here, I mean, you kind of extrapolate out the 3-hour point, and it's right there over Cape Canaveral pretty much, and going to be getting on out there. I mean, you can see it as well in the radar, but just extrapolating out, it's actually pretty much on track right now. We've seen it kind of go off track some. It's been further south, which kind of has shown here that we're end up having an eastern sip because of that here and things. They're getting it further off the coast here with the overall setup. But eventually it's going to be making landfall again towards South Carolina tomorrow afternoon or maybe late afternoon there. So just going to be kind of watching that there toward the Carolinas. But let's take a look at most traffic cameras. I know from time to time we kind of repeat ourselves. That's just how it is in this type of setup here. As we're tracking in this tropical storm, we're going to pull up some traffic cameras to get you some new images here. If you're just waking up, you can kind of see what's going on in the cameras out of Volusia County. Much more dramatic so far than anything we've seen in our area out of Flagler. But the reporting has been there's still some pretty nasty impacts in Flagler County. And the threat's going to linger here potentially into early tomorrow for some of our zones here before. By that sunrise, things should be really improving here toward our area, which will be some good news. But let's take a look here. This looks like it could be a pretty interesting camera shot. In Volusia County here. This looks so close to the Daytona International Speedway. It's a pretty dramatic shot. So let's go ahead and pop this up here. You see, look at that water there by the side of the road there on this Florida 511 perspective. I mean, even on the road to some extent, but you can just see the wind whipping things around here. It's a nasty scenario there right now. We've seen over a third of Volusia County customers, electrical customers, be knocked out in terms of power here with the latest information. You see that water there off to the side. Definitely interesting to see here that flooding potential there in the storyline for sure there coming to fruition there. Mile marker 262 there on I-95. The conditions there are definitely looking worse on these shots in Volusia County here this morning on these visuals. So again, definitely seeing that wind blowing things around here. You can see how things are just not really great to be at. And you see some vehicles and brave vehicles trying to get through this weather. But I mean, these high-profile vehicles, that might be a first responder there. I couldn't really tell. But I mean, the high-profile vehicles would have more problems there in this type of scenario. But again, you just have to keep on watching things here and tracking things. This morning at 8:43, you can see some more vehicles trying to get by here. The road's not closed necessarily, but it's just a road you don't really want to be on right now here with this nasty wind blowing. You see that wind blowing things around pretty good still. This is still a strong tropical storm. It's not like a 40-mile-an-hour storm or something that you sometimes get in June. I mean, this is still a strong tropical storm here, folks. And it's about to go back over the feel of the water there as well. So this is still something that's not, you don't want to mess around with. I mean, Faye, for instance, we had Faye there. It moved inland from the east to the west. It was a crazy storm in '08. It was a strong tropical storm and had such an impact. We've had tropical storms, many of them have impacts here when they have the stronger winds in the picture. So also last year, another example of the stronger winds. So strong tropical storms are nothing to mess around with. Nothing like a Cat 4 hurricane like what we saw toward southwest Florida, all the devastation, but still impactful here as we're seeing that this morning on this visual. So let's go ahead right now and go away from this camera shot. And see, we have just got a gust reported there just in the last few minutes at Mayport again. So let's go ahead and see what we have with that. We'll go ahead and check on some of that information up toward the north here. It was 50 knots. That's there about, it looks like 57, 58 miles an hour. That's another type of severe gust. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about damaging winds. I mean, we have severe weather. When we have a severe gust, you have a severe thunderstorm warning. We're on for a while, and we generally, I mean, tropical storm warning, and this so in a scenario we're getting some of these stronger wind gusts to verify down toward the surface here in the coastal counties. So it's essentially we're in a long-form severe thunderstorm warning in terms of these winds. We're not really getting much lightning like what we saw. We had it's unbelievable. Quite a bit of lightning with our storm yesterday. You don't generally get that with a tropical setup. There's some over the water here, a couple strikes, but nothing overwhelming. But let's go ahead and see our visible satellite now. You can kind of see some of different things. Like this is nothing in terms of like an eye. It's just interesting to see how we have some clearing there though, right off the coast. But centers down here, you can kind of see there's some clearing down there with that center of circulation. Let's go ahead now and go to the infrared. You can see how it's really on the southern side, things are coming apart. They've really fallen apart there. But you can still see our water vapor showing some of that moisture in the upper levels. And in the upper levels, you see Tallahassee, they're dry. I mean, we're in the meso view, so it kind of cuts off. But you can see here Tallahassee's dry. The dry air in play there. It's just kind of interesting to see that contrast there. The dry air in the upper levels. So no tornado watches, anything like that. There's a small tornado risk there at the coast, but haven't had any tornado warnings in our covered area so far. And at this point, I would not be shocked if we didn't have any for the whole event. We could get a couple there right in the Atlantic counties here. We'll watch for that potential. But again, nothing that's overwhelming here. That's interesting. I'd be surprised if this is accurate, but this is a ham radio operator reporting a 93-mile-an-hour gust here at Daytona Beach side by the Beach Patrol headquarters with a 2-minute average of 68 and a real-time winds of 79. I know using an anemometer, I mean, a 79-mile-an-hour gust definitely is a possibility. 93 seems a little bit high. If we were really getting that to verify, then that is almost more, we would almost want to call it more hurricane warning type conditions, but we saw that earlier. Exposed areas sometimes get a little bit higher here, and just kind of intriguing to see how the Weather Service deals with stuff in that regard here. But again, just interesting to see the reporting in right now. in toward some of our informational sources. So, I mean, definitely could get a gust to like 80, but 93 seems excessive. I mean, we have seen a lot of power outages here in Volusia, though. You've seen some of those sites here telling that story, but definitely intriguing to see here this morning. So, again, we're at 847 right now. You can see here we have all this rain. A lot of it's offshore, which is good for the first coast. I won't get quite as much rain, but still a lot of rain here in general. But the eastern areas here, they're getting the bulk of the moisture. North central Florida, not so much. As we tried about much less rain toward the Stark area. I know, look at the rain gauge, about a third of an inch today. And look back at yesterday, we had about a half inch exactly, actually, we got to yesterday. So now about 0.88 inches for the event here. Nothing that's just extraordinary, but still can be a big deal here as we're watching toward the east of the rainfall. This storm system definitely is a bigger deal as we're getting out toward Flagler County, St. Johns County. Here an inch of rain, or almost anywhere except maybe Arizona, isn't too big of an issue. But getting a report of a gust now, Sanford, Orlando, 52 knots. So let's see, 59, 60 miles an hour there. Toward that area there. So kind of giving you guys an idea, more severe type of wind gust here in the picture as this storm tries to get off in the water here. Again, it's not really organized, so may have a tougher time trying to get back together before tomorrow, but 24 hours over water, it's not completely out of the question. We could get a hurricane to reform here as this heads towards South Carolina, and there is a hurricane watch in play for our coast, but also all the way up to the South Santee River there. So again, just kind of giving you guys that idea on what's going on there. So just trying to see what's happening with this type of scenario. Again, checking my notes real quick here. I know we're going to have to watch for high tide there as we look towards St. Augustine, closer toward noon here today. That's when we have the higher storm surge today, is a storm closer in proximity to. So then you kind of have to kind of watch here for the more vulnerable areas to flood in St. Johns County. So again, having to deal with that, and we just got a report now. Huguenot Park, Mayport, 2 miles north from there, gust to 60. Let's see, okay, 56 mile an hour gust to 68 knots reported. I'm not 100% sure what they mean by that. If they meant 68 knots, then that would be hurricane type gusts. But they're saying tropical storms. I think they might mean 68 miles an hour there with that gust, but 56 sustained in the miles an hour is what the report's telling us. So some stronger winds popping up right at the coast. It's because we don't have to deal with the friction of the land to get the wind in. I mean, the wind's not really going across here. It's further away from the low pressure, but right at the coast, you're able to get the stronger wind to kind of build up and come on into the storyline here and impact the local communities. So again, just checking some more information here. Seeing what else we have for you here at times. Kind of gets repetitive here because there's just not a lot of new information we can pass along. But let's go ahead and see the last 12 hours in terms of rainfall again. If you're just tuning in, and we had that flash flood emergency, the first one that started out last night when we were in our wall-to-wall 8 hours worth of coverage or so. Down here, you see all these amounts in the last 12 hours. Some of this doesn't encompass what we had beforehand, but 8 inches there. 89 inches there in 12 hours, and then up to the north you see 9, 10 inches in Orlando. Flash flood emergency in the north you see 10 inches, 11 inches, and some of these yellows here. So definitely impactful, but some of our models are painting an even picture where we had double these totals even. But excuse me here as we get new information in now. New information in the chat once again. Dixie County, 6:57 a.m. A report of a sustained wind of 43 miles an hour, gust to 65 miles an hour there around Fort Caroline at 8:25. And then Cypress Gardens in Polk County, a report from earlier on. It's not a report from now, but it's a report because of the damage from earlier on. They're still getting a little bit of rain there in Polk, but moving out at Lakeland. But Cypress Gardens there, multiple trees down throughout the neighborhood. And damaging homes there. Vehicles observed one home with a partial roof blown off, power lines also down, and a majority of the community without electricity in that area. So that's definitely intriguing to see. We'll go ahead and zoom back on out again. We'll go ahead and try to give you another viewpoint of this. this scenario here. Again, it's always going to be important to watch the wind and how that kind of influences things here. We just got a new flash flood warning now for Volusia County until noon, until 12 o'clock there. So that's just coming in off the National Weather Service chat session now. We also got a marginal risk to continue for that threat from the Storm Prediction Center for today. So from that tornado potential. And this is actually now going to be a flash flood emergency for Volusia. This popped up on our source here on the screen. So this is now a flash flood emergency for Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, Ponce Inlet. Particularly dangerous, life-threatening situation. We've already seen 10 to 14 inches of rain falling in this area. Not what you want to hear about, not what you want to see, but water levels really not what you want to have here. So a flash flood emergency. We have 3 of these now. Let me clean this up real quick for you. You'll see the flash flood emergency polygons here. There's 3 of them on the board right now. The one where we have the heaviest rains falling is the one toward the north here. We were thinking this threat might get into flag, but it still might to some extent. There's still a long time here that we'll have to kind of keep our eyes on things, because some of this, as this gets over the water down here, as the storm gets over the water, some of this action, I'll move this over a little, but some of this action here could kind of try to strengthen a little on the back side. So that'll be something to watch here for areas at the coast too. But getting that flash flood emergency here being mentioned in the chat session, we're now getting reports. The Weather Service is getting reports and they're telling us that with this flash flood emergency for Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach, there's being indications there are numerous water rescues that have been reported. So that's not what you want to learn here at all. So numerous water rescues being reported there in Volusia County now. You've seen how nasty the traffic cameras have been there this morning in this area. Now a flash flood emergency, the highest level of flash flood warning here in play for Volusia County this morning. As we zoom on in here, again, then just you hate to hear stuff like that there, but getting these really nasty rains coming into that area. And then Mayport, a gust of 51 knots just a few minutes ago. So talking about 59 miles an hour there into port parts of Duval County. So definitely just intriguing to get all this information on in here. And not what you want to hear out toward Volusia County for sure. So I'm going to gather some new details here while we take about a 5-minute break. So stick with me. Back here by the top of the hour with more in this tropical storm that's still having an impact. Another gust of 56 miles an hour. Jackson will be to 8:30 there, being reported in the local storm report. They're just kind of reiterating that here in the chat session.
This is a cloud weather alert. Tracking Ian.
Back here at the top of the hour, meteorologist Casey Cloud continuing to follow this historic storm with a Cat 4 yesterday. Still a strong tropical storm now, and still producing some dangerous flash flooding. This is really just south of our area where we have the flash flood emergencies in play right now. 3 of them on the board. The most concerning right now to me because the heaviest rainfall is there, and because it's the closest to our area, just outside of our covered area here in Volusia County, is for the Daytona area, where many water rescues have been reported there. Water rescues I know reported down over to Kissimmee as well. So just not what you want to hear. I know there's also a report now in the chat session, and they zoom out just a little bit. Information coming in 836. Lake Nona there. That's what they're calling it here in this. Overflowing onto Robinson Street, and then we've got a gust there, 841 there. As we go to the north, gusts of 58 miles an hour, the Mayport area, sustained wind of 45 miles an hour there. So some stronger winds here being reported this morning. Definitely can cause some power outages. We haven't looked at this in just a little bit, so we're going to pop it up again here. We'll go ahead and update this, get our latest numbers here for you guys. Looks like we looked at this about 30-45 minutes ago. So again, I know when we do that, it kind of causes a little flicker on our stream, but I want to make sure we set it the best way possible, so that way you guys get a full understanding here of what's going on. So let's go ahead and say what's happening here. 2,599,166 customers here in the dark. You can see here right now in the state of Florida, so many out here down toward the south. It's going to take a long time to recover right near the coast. Lee County, Charlotte County, really hard hit. And then as we get further on up here, we're going to look on up closer to our area right now. You see Volusia County, over a third of the customers in the dark, over 120,000 in the dark. Still about 10,000 in Flagler. Putnam County, about 4,000. Clay County, a pretty high number here, almost 9,000 for where it's located, really, and we haven't seen much wind there. But St. Johns County, where we're getting more wind, actually, in the reports anyway, over 6,000 customers in the dark. Duval County, over 13,000. Nassau County, not too many. Baker County, not too many. A few thousand in Columbia. Hadn't been too much over there, but a few gusts of wind. Union County, a couple hundred. Bradford's sitting pretty good right now. Only 143 customers in the dark. Alachua County, quite a few again for not too much wind. We did get a gust there as I kind of moved that back over at about 50 or so earlier on this morning, but haven't had too much rain, but 13,000 customers in the dark there. But you look just to the west there, Gilchrist County, Suwannee County, Hamilton County, really not getting much of an impact here in terms of these outages. So that's some very good news. So again, just giving you guys a breakdown of the power outage map right now. Again, trying to give you guys a handle on that. We got a gust of 65 knots recently there. Hurricane force type gust toward Daytona Beach Regional Airport. So definitely getting those strong winds there. Definitely really nasty weather. Honestly, hurricane, almost hurricane type conditions there. As strong as tropical storm type conditions as you can get there right now in Volusia County with these type of winds that we're seeing. So just not the greatest weather conditions there whatsoever as you're going down Interstate 95, or we're going up Interstate 95 as well. So again, just continuing to track all this for you here. We'll go ahead and come back on the camera now and continue to give you the latest here with this tropical storm. Again, we have these flash flood emergencies on here. I'll go ahead and put up the other alerts. Considerable flooding damage possible, as we've seen down toward Osceola County and Kissimmee. Not as much towards St. Cloud, just for perspective there on that local level, but you see it's just how things set up sometimes. Kissimmee 7-8 inches last 12 hours, St. Cloud more like 4 or 5 inches there in toward that area. So just how it is sometimes with that local variability. We'll go ahead. You see all these, quite a few reports here recently. Eastern Duval County here with the winds. So just kind of interesting to see from that meteorological standpoint here with the atmospheric setup. We'll now go ahead and go to some of these traffic cameras, see if there's anything new on there. I know we're just continuing to watch all of these, continuing to give you the very latest on these here and these shots to show you exactly what could be happening here. We'll get down to the UNF Town Center Parkway camera. It's not right at the coast, so these winds are not going to be as strong there, but still seeing some of the wind blowing, seeing a little bit of debris right by the side of the road. So we'll go ahead and see, guys, what's happening there right now. We'll go ahead and give you guys an idea of how things are looking out there. And you can kind of see here with this, it's right by the side of the road. Some of that debris definitely on the board here. So just going to continue here to watch. You see the rain on the lens here coming on down. Again, just continuing to track some different things, checking some different things here behind the scenes as we're at about 9:06 on this Thursday, again, September 29th, 2022. We have a strong tropical storm here impacting our areas here more toward northeast Florida in our viewing circle than anything. But you're getting a little bit of rain here in north central Florida now. Our rain gauge up to about 4/10 of an inch here. So let's go ahead. We'll pop away from this shot right now. We'll go ahead and look away from this shot here for the time being. We'll kind of go on over right now, and we're going to pop on up our camera where we're at and look off toward the west from this dark area right now. You can see just that rain. It's nothing really overwhelming by any stretch of the imagination here. The tree's not really even blowing too much right now. You see the rain coming down some, but again, it's not overwhelming. We saw the clouds there moving a little bit more later on. You're still seeing it. Some of you look real close there at the imagery, though. So just kind of keep that in mind. But as I look closer, I see it better. And so sometimes you kind of get bleary-eyed a little bit here after a while when you're doing all this coverage. But again, still with you on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch to keep you guys safe and informed on this Thursday morning. Again, it's been a very long week and still got a little more of the storm to go through. But 24 hours from now, the threat should be pretty much over here in our coverage area. So I'm talking about the Atlantic area. We're still seeing the major threats dark, not so much. I'm talking about 1 to 3 inches now is my forecast here for Bradford County on average. I mean, it's not anything too overwhelming. Maybe a gust to 50 like what we saw in Alachua County, but we were talking about that. There's a sharp gradient here yesterday in the modeling, and that sharp gradient really is precluding us from getting as much rain as things have shifted a little east, and we're now kind of on the good side of that gradient here at this point with lesser rainfall totals versus eastern areas more, but not as much maybe as what we're expecting and as much as what we're seeing still down toward the south. They're not getting as much as they expected, maybe based on some models, but it's still overwhelming there toward Volusia County. I mean, we were talking about maybe 2 feet of rain in the model, and we've got a foot of rain, and that's overwhelming causing water rescues. So that kind of tells the story. We're still getting a little more rain coming in, but probably not going to get 2 feet down there or up here, but we could get a foot of rain in Flagler County if things set up around here with these copious tropical downpours that sometimes can get underestimated a little by our Doppler radar. So let's go ahead and switch back. We haven't switched to other radar in a little bit here. So let's go ahead and say this. We'll go back on over here right now. That center of circulation, you can kind of see that spin there. It's not as well defined maybe as what we were looking at earlier on, but we'll kind of try to loop this. It may not let me, but okay, it's just giving me the still frame, but kind of get the idea. You can see the wind direction kind of with this. And the storm's moving northeast, but you can kind of see these bands. I know, watching these here kind of go around, go in this direction, but the storm's moving off here toward the northeast. So then we're getting some flood warnings there. Little Rock River at Altamont Springs, 2 miles north. So further notice, they've had that flash flood emergency in play down toward central Florida. That rain's still coming in there to some extent down in that area. You see these gusts pretty high as well down there in central Florida. So again, they're getting it worse than we're getting it up here in central Florida. And of course, just the devastation, the catastrophic damage toward areas of South Florida. We talked about it before, but that television station, the CBS affiliate, Fort Myers there, having to be evacuated earlier this morning after they had to get to the 2nd floor there yesterday. They had to cease broadcasting because the water was coming into the station. The other stations still in the air. The NBC, ABC duopoly there. They're teamed up there with coverage. Sometimes they run separate here. They do otherwise unless it's a situation like this, but then and the Fox station on as well. But still, one of the stations being impacted so severely there. As we just got a new gust in now We're just got a new gust in now. And Flagler Beach, we were talking about this, 60 miles an hour now. That's one of the higher ones we've seen here, folks. Nearly a hurricane force gust there toward Flagler Beach there. I know you have that Flagler Beach pier and the coastal area there. There was a mandatory evacuation. I do believe as we got out towards some of these areas, and I believe there was a curfew there as well. So just kind of telling you guys what's going on in toward this area there in southern and southeastern Flagler County right now. So kind of telling you guys the storyline in toward that area there in our southeastern zone. So again, just seeing what's happening here on the Doppler. You can see our alerts still. We still have these the hurricane watch here as we go further up toward areas in Georgia, actually going for the full counties and further in even near Savannah, the hurricane watch. But you get here down toward the south, you have the hurricane watch there for coastal Glen, coastal Camden, coastal Nassau, eastern Duval, areas there east of 95 in St. John's, and Flagler as well. So again, we're just watching for that potential here. In theory, this could strengthen to a hurricane as it gets off and bring some hurricane-type conditions, but not enough confidence to go to a hurricane warning. An occasional gust, though, have been pretty close, as you just heard. Flagler Beach there, 68 miles an hour. So, again, telling the weather stories, you gust there, 46, Gainesville, 53. That's kind of why we've seen some of those power outages, because not widespread outages, but those 40, 50 type gusts, but still, those are pretty significant gusts here for Alachua County Tropical Storm Watch. So there wasn't enough confidence to go to a tropical storm warning. Just kind of on the edge of things here, based on the overall scenario, it looks like here. They had that in play just in case they needed to upgrade, but probably see that watch go away here pretty soon because of the overall movement. But still getting some of these gusts, they could keep it in play a little while longer, maybe that 5 o'clock advisory just to be on the safe side. But right now, barometric pressure here, east of Stark actually rising a little. It's 1,007 millibars out, and that rain gauge is at about 4/10 of an inch, a little bit over, as we talked about 0.43 inches now with that latest reading. So again, all these flash flood warnings toward the south here, just telling that weather story obviously here this morning. So much rainfall down here toward the south and east central Florida. You see that center of circulation here over areas. I mean, it's been kind of out here. It's been kind of harder to find here lately, but we'll see how things kind of come together over the next little bit. I mean, it seems like we keep saying it's over Cape Canaveral here, but it just depends on where the lowest pressure is for that actual center of circulation. But we're just going to keep watching here. We'll see the movement. We'll kind of see how this projects here and kind of evolves. You see the ultimate track here up in South Carolina. Let's put the wind radius on. I don't think we've done that here this morning. You see even toward the Carolinas getting up there, but not a huge impact here as we get further on and up there. It doesn't look like based on some of those rainfall forecasts, but we'll have to see what the storm looks like then. The models have been kind of switching around. It's been a storm that's been hard to get a handle on here for sure. The computer models have really struggled here at times with this here. So you always have to just kind of watch the latest radar trends, watching the real time to get an idea of exactly what's going on here with this setup here toward the south. It just doesn't seem like it's, I mean, as we kind of extrapolate out, I mean, it seems like that movement here has slowed down a little bit on us, maybe in that speed. Not by much, but just kind of becoming more ill-defined here over the last little bit. So that's kind of intriguing to see here, but we're still watching this movement. Again, these red areas a little bit stronger, potentially yellow areas. Not really too concerned as we get further out, but the red areas, the red circles really have the stronger wind potential, and that does get into Ward Flagler and St. John's counties here with this. And you can kind of see that hitting that. This is based on the times here. Duval, Camden, Libby, and Glen later. That's over. That's getting us all the way out to tonight. So this isn't a one and done thing here, but we're just going to keep on monitoring this stronger tropical storm. It's a coastal storm, really, like what we had on a lighter side, on a quite a bit lighter side in spots here compared to Matthew. I mean, inland areas not getting as much rain. Coastal areas here, the impacts aren't going to be as bad either, but they're still pretty nasty out there. But this isn't as strong of a storm as Matthew. Make sure I say Matthew there. We had so many storms. I might have said Michael there, folks, but that's just what happens, folks. when we have so many storms over the last several years. I mean, be nice. We thought we had a quiet hurricane season, and then Ian came up Fiona first for Puerto Rico, but Ian here for the continental U.S. Obviously changed that and changed the Southwest Florida, unfortunately, for years to come in a negative and adverse way, it looks like. So just like what we saw out toward the Panhandle with Michael back in 2018. So again, another Panhandle strong out there, but and they're gonna have to be Southwest Florida strong in the months and years to come with that rebuilding process. But getting an extension of the classified warning for orange ICO on Seminole now until 11:30. 11:30 here this morning as we're checking some of that latest information here coming from the Weather Service. So just checking all what's coming on in here right now from them. Just our partners there kind of give us an idea of exactly what's going on here with this type of setup. We get a handle on exactly what type of issues that we're dealing with, obviously, and that's a warning there. That's a considerable warning. It looks like threatening flooding there, heavy rain in Kissimmee, another 1 to 2 inches possible, but already 6 to 12 inches that's fallen there. As bad as it is, and it's life-threatening, could have fatalities here. 12 inches, 15 inches. That's a lot less than what some of the models, some of the high-res models that generally would do a better job, you would think. Here we're showing 33 inches. Just crazy numbers. We're not seeing that, at least, as bad as this is there in these areas. I mean, it's worst case scenario though towards South Florida as we look back and look at the damage there and get those images in. But Mayport, I guess, there to 51 knots. They're talking about 59 miles an hour. That was about 13 past the hour. So another damaging type of gust here, folks. That can knock out power. That can cause issues. A tropical storm, definitely a coastal storm. We're not having to deal with that friction here of the land that's kind of reducing the wind speeds here. It's just coming right on in. And with Irma, we had quite a few hurricane gusts there right at the coast. A pretty dramatic gust being reported right at the coast here. And then you saw a reduction inland, but it obviously wasn't as much of a reduction as you would see because the low pressure was to the west. But it was kind of interesting there, getting the winds away from where the center was, which was out toward 75, and the winds were the strongest at the coast because of the wind direction pushing things in, and really kind of seeing some nasty conditions there. We had all that storm surge, all that flooding, and the like. So 9:18 right now. Now we're getting some flood warnings, river type flooding warnings to continue toward the Peace River at Arcadia. Now they've had all that rain down there. And with Central Florida, there's Old Folks Springs there, State Road 17, as well, and the Peace River. Just going to get all sorts of ones of those to come out. I know it's going back when I was at FSU, actually. I know after a heavy rainfall, then we just had flood warning after flood warning coming down off the computer there from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, just updating all of them. Not much toward Tallahassee this time as we've talked about, but still just getting all these alerts out of Tampa and Melbourne and some in Jacksonville office as well here on the computer, just continuing these different type of flood warning concerns that we have for some of the area. Rivers, the creeks, the streams, that can always flood here in these type of situations. We'll take another break here. Be back in about 9 minutes or so with more information as we watch here on this Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Strong tropical storm Ian there right near the Atlantic coast, about to get back in toward the water here before it heads up with the core towards South Carolina tomorrow.
This is a cloud weather alert. Tracking Ian.
Back here in the Weather Center, it's 9:28 here on this Thursday, continuing our coverage here of Tropical Storm Ian, a strong tropical storm now impacting parts of Florida more to the east. Of course, we had a devastation towards southwest Florida, but you can see here the storm trying to move on off here into the water. We've been talking about that for a while, it seems, but we'll look at the infrared satellite real quick, give you a different vantage point on this. You can see some colder cloud tops here towards St. John's and Flagler. So that could help get some more rainfall to be more efficient here down toward the surface. But getting some gust report at 65 Daytona Beach in terms of the knots. That's going to get us all the way up there to about 75. That's a hurricane gust there, Daytona Beach here. Last few minutes, just getting really hammered there. And then I know, looking at some different things, I know one thing, we're still getting more images in down towards southwest Florida, but I know just looking at things in the past, as bad as damage is and going to be when we get more images on in, I do think the building codes could have helped some down there, because I know the building code wind standard is a little bit lower there up toward areas like it was in the Panhandle, because of the overall risk assessment was lower for a hurricane to hit versus down here. I know because of what happened to the Andrew, some of the building codes changed here in the state. I don't know the exact details, but I think that's kind of interesting to touch on here. In that the wind standard are different based on the part of the state you're in for stuff there at the coast and in general. So just kind of intriguing. It'll be interesting to see as we get further along in this. I haven't had a lot of time to study the images yet. A lot of images not even really coming on out of there yet. They're starting to get some of the daylight really starts to show some of that. But again, you're watching our storm. You're seeing some of the heavier rain now. Actually, it looks like it's more toward Flagler now, and that's a development here over the last little bit. It's not the heaviest rain, but that we've seen with this for sure, but some moderate downpours there in toward Flagler County. So just have to kind of watch that here toward Palm Coast, because it doesn't look like much, but it can add up on already saturated ground there, getting more and more rain to kind of pile on there, and that can be an issue there in toward our southeasternmost county there. Also up in Palatka, weather's pretty nasty there right now, up towards St. Augustine. Eastern Duval County is pretty nasty as well. We're going to get back over now to Jacksonville radar. I'm going to street-level map in here a little bit and try to see just some of these different neighborhoods that are being impacted here. Let's get over to Palm Coast right now. You can see here Interstate 95, but then it looks like going over toward Beckner Lane, Bennett Lane there, Fort Caroline Lane, Cooper Lane there, Crossbow Street there. You kind of get the idea as we continue to watch things here, continue to monitor things in the Weather Center. Looking over there toward Beechwood Lane, some heavier downpour, and they don't look that heavy on the radar, but when we have these tropical downpours, sometimes the radar can underestimate things. You have the rain that's kind of coming on in here. The storm surge is going to be coming on in a high tide, a factor here towards St. John's County. We have some of that really kind of coming into play closer to the lunch hours. So we'll have to kind of see how things set on up there toward the north here along the first coast. So you see, got there 51 miles an hour. That was at 9:06 in Augustine Airport. I know just some stronger winds in here closer toward the coastal communities, 54 miles an hour there over toward, it looks like Mayport, 47 there, Craig Municipal Airport. So some stronger winds there. We did get a little bit of a higher gust there toward Gainesville. Even more recently, we had one in the 50s earlier this morning. Thought some of that might translate up to Bradford, but we haven't seen that on the sensors that are up here. There's more information that generally comes out of Alachua, but still just interesting to note as we continue to watch here. Close to a half inch today here east of Stark, but temperatures are cool. I'm going to take a look at some of these temperatures here right now. We'll go ahead and see what's happening. I know a delayed gust 68 there at 8:52. I might have already seen that one in the chat from Flagler Beach, but you can see the temperatures right now here are 61. These are the readings there on the thermometers across the region, because I want to clarify that. Obviously, they're not the wind gusts, even though some of these have been pretty close, ironically, but not to these spots exactly. But you see 61 toward Keystone Heights, 62 degrees there toward Gainesville, but in 59 here where I'm at, and That's east of Stark, so definitely some cooler air in there, more of a nor'easter for some of us, versus the more impactful weather here off toward the east here. I know, just kind of interesting here to watch our wind direction out of the northeast, obviously on our anemometer right now. So just kind of interesting here to watch the meteorological processes come together. Here you see the Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach, Atlantic Beach, there, some of the heavier downpours. Definitely in the storyline, Sawgrass there, South Ponte Vedra Beach. You see Volcano Beach, St. Augustine Beach, St. Augustine Shores, Crescent Beach, Summer Haven, Marineland, Palm Coast, Beverly Beach, Espanola, Bunnell, DuPont, even Corona. They're in a little bit of a dire slot theoretically, but and then getting closer toward Volusia County, there we have some of that more significant flash flooding concern. Ormond by the Sea, you saw some of those images I showed out of there earlier. Kind of interesting how things are cut on out there of Flagler County. You see how just the overall setup is with this here in terms of the morning polygon. It's because of Flagler, Volusia, the way the line is, it kind of goes up there. It doesn't go straight across there. I wonder what that is, but anyway, just kind of interesting to see that little area there further on up toward the north as we get the latest scans in here on the Doppler radar. But again, been with you for a while. We were with you for the better part of 8 hours yesterday, better part of 3 hours so far today, as we're trying to give you the latest information. Of course, we're so concerned about people watching there towards Southwest Florida with friends, family members down there. Just the impact, just so substantial, so severe. Still trying to get more of a handle on that. Power going to be out for a long time in some of those areas. Not quite as bad, a little bit north and in Tampa. I mean, it's still nasty. The weather we've seen there, but it could have been so much worse. Tampa Bay, the storm surge there could have been so much worse. It could have been their storm really that really defined what's been happening with the weather over the last 100 years. It didn't quite come to fruition there in terms of that storm surge in Tampa Bay, but we saw that storm surge to the south. We haven't seen the official readings necessarily yet in post-analysis to be able to kind of figure out things a little better. Maybe I haven't seen the numbers because sometimes you just don't get that data in there as we're looking down toward the south. But going ahead and zooming back out again, this tropical storm that we're dealing with. Again, there's your temperatures. You see what we're dealing with there. But let's go back to the wind speeds now. I'll try to give you the latest on these gusts here. Again, these are gusts in the white. Just to clarify that, the strongest winds that we're seeing based on the reporting sites. I know the anemometers, there's reports coming on out. So you see that warning here, that flash flood warning, that life-threatening flash flooding that borders here, Flagler County. I haven't seen that issued up here yet, but that could end up becoming a different storyline later on. As you see, this 1 hour range, it so sees a half inch, but I mean, what I'm seeing here is higher than that even. So really, in terms of rates, these are 1 hour totals, I should say, but still, nonetheless, it's just, I think it's underdoing it. It generally does in tropical setups. So that's something to kind of bear in mind here as we continue to track all this here with Ian, as it continues to impact the first coast, as it continues to impact our coverage area here. Just a storm that we're really watching. It's a strong tropical storm, not a hurricane anymore. If you're just tuning in, if you're just kind of getting a handle on what's going on. But I mean, Volusia County's really been getting it hard. Looking at velocity here, it's kind of hard to pick anything out except just the stronger winds that are aloft, and some of those are definitely reaching the surface here this morning. We haven't gone to the traffic camera in a little bit. Let's go ahead and go to some of these right now. We'll go ahead and go down here towards some of these different areas. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. Flagler County. Pop up this one. You can see the trees blowing some here toward this area. So let's get down here and give you guys that current visual. You see the tree blowing some. Nothing extraordinary like, well, I mean, we've seen some other areas pretty substantial toward Volusia, and even more so toward areas there of Charlotte County yesterday. But you still see some tree action blowing here. About the most impressive stuff we've probably seen here in our covered area so far with the wind. But nothing that's just completely overwhelming here by any stretch. But still some stronger action. You don't generally see this. This is tropical storm type weather. These are tropical storm type conditions that are ongoing right now here in Flagler County. So again, you don't want to be on the road. Luckily, the roads look pretty empty right now. as we're looking out here toward Interstate 95. So just trying to show you guys how this is looking there right now. You don't want to be looking out your windshield. You don't want to be on the road right now. You don't have to deal with this. So just tune in here, and we're giving you the latest thoughts here of everything on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. If you're watching here into the sources, thanks so much for tuning in. I know if you want to watch maybe on your television, your Roku device, something like that, you can look at YouTube there. Search for meteorologist Casey Cloud. Subscribe to that, and just get the latest there on that Roku device. You have to have Amazon Fire. It looks to be an option as well if that's something that you have. So again, just trying to give you guys a look. You see the wind kind of picking up a little bit here with this. Kind of giving you guys an angle on what's happening here with Ian. Again, a name that's going to be retired. There's no doubt about that. I mean, that'll be decided officially by the World Meteorological Organization here as we look ahead and toward next year. But I would think that's going to be retired here as we're looking at things here overall. I mean, there's really not going to be a doubt with all the damage and destruction we're going to see in a Cat 4 storm. Of course, Charlie was retired, and this was a storm that was like Charlie, but on steroids, as we keep trying to tell you here in the timeline. The heavier rain, the more substantial damage. The storm surges coming in has lingered for hours and hours. As bad as Michael was, and the wind damage is probably worse, especially the building codes we were addressing. I know with this, it just lingered for hours. At least Michael did move some. We just had that water coming in for hours on in there, in towards southwestern Florida. Even though the winds weren't quite as high, maybe it was just a terrifying scenario for people that were staying down there. As we're getting some new information in right now, we're getting some new information in here. Let's go back on over. This is from the chat session, Emergency Management Flagler County right now, telling us as of about 9 o'clock, the Bird of Paradise Lake is overflowing in Palm Coast. Isolated reports of down lines, trees, and a few reports of secondary roads with water over them in Palm Coast. And about 10,000 customers with no power as we've been reporting. So definitely getting some of this nastier weather here northwest side of, I guess, if you want to kind of call it this, the remnant of the eye wall. It's not an eye wall anymore, but you kind of, I mean, the remnant here is some of the accent closer to the center impacting areas there in Flagler County right now. So causing some more problems there, a little bit stronger, closer to the low pressure centers. We'll be back in about 9 more minutes with more information, so stick with me here as we continue our coverage of Tropical Storm Ian with a Cat 4 down to a tropical storm, but it's still impactful for folks here in the coverage area and in Central Florida with those flash flood emergencies continuing down there that we've been addressing.
This is a cloud weather alert. Tracking Ian.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here, 9:50 here on this Thursday. You're still seeing Ian there, and the rain coming into our coastal areas with the heavier rates. And I know power outages have been a story as well. Let's go ahead and show you some of our power outage information right now. I just refreshed this just a moment ago, so we'll go ahead and pull this on up right now. We'll go ahead and show you guys what we're dealing with. I think the number just barely went down. Maybe I could just have been optimistic here and looking at the map, but number going down a little bit. But Daytona Beach, we just had a gust to 58 knots, which is 67 miles an hour. So obviously nasty weather. And we had a gust there earlier, 57 towards St. Augustine Beach, it looks like. So that kind of tells the story. You see the outage numbers here. Volusia County, that's a lot in the dark there, over about half the customers now just half of the viewing area without power. And then as we get up toward the north here, Flagler County has gone up quite a bit now. Over 17,000 customers in the dark there. So that really does tell the story. We'll go over to Putnam County now, where we've seen an increase as well. Almost 11,000 customers in the dark there toward the county where Pulaski is, of course. And then as we get toward Alachua County, the Gainesville area there. I don't want to say Gainesville proper because we don't know exactly where the outages are in the county, but just give you guys a general idea if you're not from around this area. But over 12,000 customers out in Marion County, Levy County, just a few, Columbia, a few thousand for some reason. A little surprised by that. Baker, some. See, Duval, percentage-wise, is not much, but there's still some on the board. You see St. John's, though. That's a pretty good amount out now, over 14,000 customers without electricity here if you're watching on your mobile device. Just stay tuned here the best you can, but obviously you want to conserve power to some extent. But if you're not without power yet, charge those devices up. We always say that's when there's a threat of outages. I know just interesting to see the overall setup here with the outages. You can kind of see now, talked about this yesterday, but it would cut across the state to some extent here. It's interesting to see how Orange and Osceola's outages are not as high as Volusia and percentage-wise, but I think that's because of the wind coming off the ocean there. And really, just the overall setup has favored them having more electrical issues there than some of these counties inland, despite the inland counties that are being closer there earlier on to the storm system. The wind coming on in, driving in that wind for a while there and knocking out more and more electricity there toward Daytona Beach. It's been a really nasty setup there just out of the covered area. I mean, that's a really high number without electricity. Had the hurricane warning earlier, tropical storm warning situation now, but that's an unusually high number, I would almost say here, to have in a tropical storm warning type of situation here. Not for a hurricane warning, which they're under, but it's gone up substantially since this dropped from a hurricane to a tropical storm at 5 a.m. It was a Cat 1 before that. Of course, it was higher, 2, 3, 4 on the scale, but a strong tropical storm now, but again, just kind of seeing how things are setting on up here. You see the Space Coast there, Brevard County, 58,000 customers or so in the dark. So just interesting to watch things. I know just kind of compare some different things here as we're looking at the Sunshine State here. Just got Sanford there, Orlando, 56 knots. I guess it's about 64 miles an hour there. The ASI station reporting that. So kind of telling you guys the weather story here. As we're looking at some of these spots. And let's give you another update here on the overall speed, because it's going to be a pretty slow mover here. That's why we're still concerned for the flooding rains, but the further this gets away from the coast, the less of an impact. We'll put on that track here, kind of say some things here best we can. I know there's different gusts coming in here out of the Melbourne office, but you see the track and you see where this is going here, and you see off the coast early tomorrow, and then going back up toward the Carolinas later on, you see some of our alert hurricane watch up there, tropical storm warning, but you can kind of see here the cone of concern doesn't include these areas here as we get away from Flagler some, but just always interesting to see how the signatures on radar match up with the track. And let's go to the Melbourne radar because we're able to see the center better here. Again, though, it's just going to be a slow mover. There's your center now. It's finally, I think you could pretty much say, off of land now. I mean, it made landfall 18 hours, 19 hours ago now, I guess, give or take there yesterday, and it's finally moving off of Florida, but still packing a punch here, and then so it looks like it's maybe just east of the track, or almost one track here right now, so that's some good news. in terms of that information that we're getting in right now. But we'll just continue to watch things, continue to monitor the situation. I know surf now being estimated at 12 feet, battering the pier in Flagler Beach, but the pier's intact so far. We want the pier to stay intact, obviously. There's concerns for Jacksonville Beach. So just finally, after the storms we've had there, rebuilt the pier at Jacksonville Beach, and hopefully that makes it to this storm. It's not a guarantee, but hopefully it'll make it through there. But the pier intact so far at Flagler Beach, but again, it's surf at 12 feet, battering that pier there in Flagler County as we get on in here towards southeastern Flagler County there. We have that wind here and that surf coming on into the picture here in that area on this Thursday morning. So again, just tracking everything here, monitoring the situation. About a half inch now east of Stark. Nothing too overwhelming. That's about an inch for the storm now. We're seeing 1 to 3 total here at this point. A lot less towards Stark, but still Flagler County. We still have the chance of more rain to re-evolve as it gets over the water. We could have some strengthening on the west side, and with the overall rain pattern, it's a possibility as this is going to be a slow mover as we talked about. It's going to be about east of Jacksonville tomorrow at 2 a.m. So it's going to take its time burning up this moisture here. But the further east it goes, the less area of the area here under this moisture stream. As we just got an update now, kind of on Q actually. Well, 2 of them. First off, Augusta 52, St. Augustine, Villano Beach area 906. But then they just canceled the flood watch now for Marion County, but continuing it for areas there, Duval, Flagler, really, coastal Duval, central Duval. They split them up, but you kind of get the idea of Flagler, Nassau, St. John's, Clay, Putnam there, and then towards southeastern Georgia as well. And that's till 6 o'clock. We'll see if they do something with that after that. I'm a little surprised they trimmed it back to 6 today, but we'll kind of see how things go. If it gets east enough, then this rain that we were concerned with just training for hours and hours could be further away. And that would definitely be some good news here for folks here along the coast. But again, we're still monitoring the progress of this dangerous tropical storm here. So that storm surge potential 3 to 5 feet coming in under the St. Johns River. We were talking about that potential and that potential there. I'll go back to the 5 a.m. update here. Some of these numbers we had, actually, I should say 4 to 6 feet there. Just want to make sure we get these right. That's what we had earlier on this. We could see some changes here in 11 o'clock. Let me see if we didn't have any changes in the 8 o'clock. Sometimes in ongoing situation like this, they'll change some of this on the fly for us. But so 3 to 5 for the St. Johns River north of Julanden Creek, but 2 to 4 south, but then 4 to 6 along the coast. So still kind of a similar storyline there on this map for the local area. I know we'll be watching the storm surge numbers go down further to the south as they begin that recovery process, though, down towards southwest Florida. Going to take another 9-minute break. We'll be back here soon with more. So stick with me here at Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you up to date on our tropical storm as it continues to impact northeast Florida and impact the Florida Peninsula as we monitor the progress of Ian here in the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert, tracking Ian.
Back here with another update, 10:08 on this Thursday morning. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloudino, getting more information. And interestingly enough, Augustus now here in the last 20 minutes or so reported in Gainesville at 54 miles an hour. So pretty strong gusts being felt there at the meteor site there toward Gainesville Airport. We're looking at the Melbourne radar right now, but you can kind of see some weaker gusts toward Keystone on their site, 36. I've only had gusts in the 20s. Granted, it's not going to probably read quite as good here as some of those sites that are a little more in position to kind of get a handle on the wind gusts. But a half an inch of rain here so far today, east of Stark. I'll go ahead and look at our camera again outside right now, kind of give you guys an update on what's happening here in toward parts of Bradford County. Real quick, you see our radar. We're watching things toward the south, and you see this rain here again, a sharp cutoff, kind of not even getting the rain as much maybe in Gainesville. That might, right on the edge there, may have an effect on kind of getting some of that wind to kind of reach on down. But we'll go ahead and see that camera now that we were alluding to here. Looking outside, you can kind of see this, the nastier looking conditions, nothing overwhelming though. Again, here you see the clouds kind of moving some, but again, it's not too big of a deal here toward Bradford County. A few power outages here and there, more to some of the other areas, but no, just checking some different things here, getting some new information, and I know media reports now, so as we'll go back on over toward our other view here, media reports now showing here towards St. Augustine, as we're getting closer to high tide now. I know, and we have the rain coming on down some more. The Bridge of Lines has been shut down there in St. Augustine because of the flooding that's occurring there. So something to keep in mind. Again, media reports, I've seen that they're reported by WJXT and also WFOX, WJX TV there in Jacksonville as well. So just giving you guys the latest information there as we see here. Daytona Beach now, gusts there 61 knots a little while ago there. That converts on over all the way about 70 miles an hour. And then area there in St. Johns County, 2 miles northwest of St. Augustine, a gust of 61 miles an hour itself here about 15 minutes ago or so. These gusts here really being felt. It's a coastal storm here, like we've talked about. Coastal storm here impacting these areas in the viewing circles. So, and it's going to linger around depending on how close it stays to the coast. That'll have an impact here on how long these nasty conditions kind of stay locked on in here towards some more areas or not. I mean, these rain rates not as high as they could be. I know we're not seeing flash flood warnings yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some flash flood warnings toward Flagler and St. John's. Ultimately, could have some issues coinciding with high tide there that could require them as we're looking towards some of these different areas. I know we had some mandatory evacuations issued because of our storm system, and just having to kind of deal with that here on this Thursday morning, but nothing like what they saw in Southwest Florida, not even what they've seen in Central Florida, Volusia County, and then other areas that are really getting hit pretty hard. I know Volusia, actually, some of the higher numbers of power outages in the Orlando television market area, just south of our covered area. So intriguing to see that here from that meteorological standpoint here. Let's go ahead and see, guys, our other radar vantage point now. You can see some of these higher winds above, higher up in the atmosphere, trying to reach down to the surface here. You can kind of get an idea on that. You see gusts of tropical force, Brunswick down at McKinney Airport, 43 there, Fernandina, 48 JIA, 54 there, Mayport, 47, Craig Municipal Airport, 44. The naval station is backs off toward the west side, though, of Jacksonville. But again, interesting to see Gainesville kind of gusting higher there. I know I did some research on some of the gusts back in those 04 storms, and that's actually, I mean, interestingly enough, I think it must have something to do with the site now versus maybe what was there then. Because I've noticed some of the gusts there generally over the recent years have been a little bit higher than what you would think toward Gainesville. Maybe this the exposure or something like that might be allowing for a higher gust, because back then the gusts were not all that high there being measured, but that storm knocked out so much power here. We've seen some power outages today, but nothing like what we saw back in the 04 storms of Francis and Jean toward north central Florida, or even the first coast for that matter, though that threat is still there and could go up here, as we've talked about here, toward Flagler County, toward St. Johns County. Those are the areas getting the heaviest rain right now, moderate to heavy downpours at times here, as we get toward Marineland here, Summer Haven, move the map over a little bit for you guys there, and just continue to watch the overall view. 67-mile-an-hour gusts there reported for Caroline 955, just coming in as the local storm report. So that's impressive. That's less than 10 miles away from a hurricane force type gust. And that's when, once you get over 60, when we see a severe thunderstorm situation, you start to knock out power. Something to that regard is something that's pretty substantial when you get these higher numbers of gusts. So it definitely can be problematic. I mean, even a 54 gust, 58 technically severe when you look at things, and that's still pretty high there. But and the power outages don't really translate near as high over toward Gilchrist County, for instance, and they got lucky there. So did Dixie and Levy. I know we have the tropical storm warnings here, but really not seeing overwhelming conditions. But just got some new reports out over the Orlando area. Again, the storm just spreading out so much with that wind field. It's still kind of lingering down there. Sanford, Orlando, Augusta, 58 knots. That gets us over there, it looks like, to about 67 miles an hour or so. And the Orlando Jetport there, 64 knots. That gets us over to 74 miles an hour. That's a hurricane gust there, closer toward Orlando, it seems like. So definitely still seeing that wind kind of linger around here. Let's go to the terminal radar. We haven't gone to this one here today. Let's see what we're getting on that. It'd be kind of interesting. There's that gust, by the way. It's 73 on here, 73, 74. Depends on the conversions between knots and miles an hour. That's what we always get. There's differences. Our system or the overall conversion that's being done by the Weather Service. But that's impressive here, folks. Again, the gust near hurricane force. You can kind of see some of that, though. That's somewhat showing up as ground clear. Let's go back to Melbourne, because it's going to be kind of hard to look at this on terminal. But at least we're not seeing a tornado threat really emerge, though, because of the quadrant not being as favorable. Like if we were on the opposite side, we get more of a tornado threat possibly to emerge. But because we're not on that northeastern quadrant now, we're not seeing that. We had a warning in Volusia last night, the South Florida area, where they're getting all this nasty weather now, but none in our area officially. But look at that wind aloft here. That's showing up really high there off the Melbourne radar, 60, 70 miles an hour aloft, and that's being transported here. Knocking out more power, more than likely, in Seminole County as well, around Sanford. Osteen there, looks really strong there. You can kind of see a gust of 70 there. These gusts just are not relenting here. They're unrelenting type of gust here that we're dealing with this morning. Down there towards Central Florida, an event that people are going to be thinking about. Even down there for a while. Not as much maybe up here, but still, some issues. I know we're getting a report in from the Melbourne office now that they're going to update some river flood warnings for the St. John's. I know there's always a variability there that we have to watch with things. But let's go ahead and see what we have. Some of these cameras again. Let's go back to Volusia since we're getting all these nasty gusts down there. Let's see what we might have in the way of camera shots. I know. We had this one up earlier if it's still working. Yeah, it's still showing a nasty wind. It's just not relenting down there. Near Ormond by the Sea, I believe, is what we're talking. Let me double check that. This wind is just not going to give up there. There, Ormond by the Sea it is. North of Ormond Beach there in Volusia County. These cameras have just been really telling that weather story well. You can kind of see what's happening here right now. And you can see just that wind still blowing. Things look like that flooding here. Just kind of seeing it, and we have flash flood emergencies here in some areas, and just not in our area. We don't have official flash flood warnings here, but just down the road, Volusia County, you're seeing the issues here arise for sure. I know they just canceled the flood warning for the South Fork of the Black Creek near Penny Farms because of the threat. It's not as it was there beforehand. I know we had the evacuations in Clay, but those areas around the Black Creek didn't get it too bad. Areas in Volusia County, though, a different story. As we continue to take a look at these live shots here from the Florida 511 perspective. So, giving you another look outside there right now at 10:17 or so. I know we're getting a report now, Flagler County from Emergency Management. The Palm Coast canals are 1 foot over the seawall there. So, definitely seeing some nastier weather in that region. Road flooded there with flowing water toward areas there, Crooked Lake Park in areas of Polk County, causing a washout damage to the road shoulder. There's going to be all sorts of issues there as we're looking towards some of these other areas here across the country. here. I know, I mean, as we're looking here, just across the state as well, but I'm talking about South Carolina too. I mean, we're not going to get to this level of damage, more than likely up there, but there's a small chance it could reemerge here and strengthen back into a hurricane. So that's something we'll keep our eyes on. I'm taking another quick break here in the coverage here. It's 10:18 on this Thursday morning. Again, you're seeing these impacts here, that wind as we get closer to high tide in St. Augustine, that lower pressure they're in play. That's always something to watch. The kind of just the overall interaction between those, and power outage numbers is going to be going up locally here in the eastern zones, but Stark looking a lot better if you're just tuning in. Bradford County gust I have maybe to 50. I had that in there because of what we saw toward Gainesville. A couple gusts there over. Haven't seen anything like that here recorded, but again, we're watching 1 to 3 inches of rain to forecast now for Bradford County. We've got just over an inch so far. So a better scenario here, but we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, I'll be back here soon with more weather information.
This is a cloud weather alert. Tracking Ian.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here. It's 10:28 here on this Thursday. Still watching our tropical storm here. You see the center there. Still hadn't moved too much in proximity to Brevard County, but yeah, that rain coming in still here. Inward parts of Flagler County, parts of St. Johns County right now. I know getting new reporting in. Bear with me here. Again, still getting that into the chat session right now. 66 knots there, so that gets us to about 76 miles an hour. Daytona Beach there, 63 knots. Another report from the same site. That gets us over there to about, it looks like, 72 miles an hour. So, kind of doing the conversions there. I know it's interesting. These all come up in knots here in our system, but we're just tracking this and we're waiting to see what happens at high tide. But things are pretty nasty around in St. Augustine. High tide here coming up in the next hour. So, that's something to kind of monitor for here as that wind kind of pushes things in there as the storm tries to get a little bit closer in proximity here toward that region. So again, I know you see our tropical storm watch there in the pink. You see the tropical storm warning there in the maroonish color. And we'll take this off. I know there's still those to the south. Some of those probably get dropped at 11. But you see our hurricane watch still at the eastern areas, and the purple is because we're still watching this to progressing in case something changes here, at least some type of alert in play in case something were to dramatically evolve here that impacted the coastal areas in terms of hurricane type conditions. But this will be tracking up there, as you can kind of see there. I have it on Melbourne, but you can kind of see it's going to be tracking up toward the Carolina coast here as we look ahead toward tomorrow. We're just going to be watching this here carefully, again, giving you guys the latest on what's going on here. As we have 63 knot winds there. Daytona Beach, again, we've been talking about that here over the last little bit. Again, doing that conversion. Again, we're talking about those winds close to hurricane force still, which is really telling that weather story here. So we're going to track things. I know we're at 10:30 now, and what I'm thinking about doing here, and then we have high tide, and we'll be kind of watching some of those water levels. I'm going to stay with you at least to that 11 o'clock advisory here. And then we kind of may play it by ear whether we'll keep going or how we'll do it after that. We'll be streaming radar and things like that for sure, and then coming back here at times. But it's just going to be an event here where we're going to have some type of thread here through the day here. And we'll just kind of be watching those wind speeds to be able to watch those here on the screen when we're not on the air with you. But going to at least stick with this to that 11 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center with the latest watches and warnings and advisories in play. And then kind of play it by ear from there. We'll see how values are showing up here, and the power outage numbers have been going up toward Flagler and St. Johns County. So that's something to kind of keep in mind here from that meteorological standpoint here. Just kind of get an understanding here of what's going on with our strong tropical storm as it continues to track on up here in toward the Atlantic Ocean before it turns back over towards South Carolina tomorrow. It's not another question. It could become a hurricane there. We'll just have to wait and see. Once again, of course, but again, watching, look at all those winds aloft. Those are some really strong winds that are being translated. I mean, that's a really interesting setup here with the atmosphere that we're getting right now. Daytona, Sanford, probably knocking out more power there. So, really impressive in that regard. Just continuing to watch all this translate across the state. We'll be back here with more updates in 5 minutes or so with this tropical storm. As you see the center of it there, close to Brevard County. And again, we'll be tracking it here for you in the Weather Center.
This is a cloud weather alert tracking Ian.
Back here for another update. It's 10:37 here on this Thursday morning. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. You can see our storm system here as it continues to track off toward the northeast here. We still have some of these alerts in play, and also, of course, thinking about the devastation they saw out towards southwestern Florida here. As I would look at different things in the chat session, I mean, we saw the different reports coming out from the Sunshine State toward the south there. I mean, roads impassable for most vehicles in an area of Polk County there near Crooked Lake Park, according to the Spider Network report there. And then also media reports there. Looks like getting just a collapse there towards Sanibel Island with one of the area causeways, it looks like. So just kind of telling that story there toward the Sanibel Causeway. We were talking about Sanibel so strongly yesterday during that landfall coverage. And unfortunately, we're seeing some of that damage come to light here on this Thursday morning as the weather conditions have improved down there for more images to come out of that destructive cyclone there in that area that has been damaged so severely. But getting an update on another storm. There's another system out there, TD11. We're not worried about that right now, but that advisory is coming out from the Hurricane Center there in Miami, and we're waiting for an update on this storm system, and we're going to play it by ear. But the plan right now is to wrap things up here when we get that 11 o'clock update, and we'll start streaming the radar from there. We'll start streaming the radar from there and then play it by ear. If we get flash flood warnings for our area, then we'll probably pop back on with you. Obviously, a tornado warning, that's our commitment to you. If we have tornado warnings, obviously, if this gets up, if for some reason we get an upgrade to a hurricane warning, that might change things here. If for some reason the Hurricane Center feels that they need to upgrade some of our counties I'm talking about for a hurricane warning here. It's not a hurricane, it's a strong tropical storm right now, but in case something changes here, we'll let you know with the latest. But again, tracking on off there in the Atlantic Basin. Just going to be watching the trajectory of this, the progress of this here. I know we've been with you here since about 6:30 or so, trying to keep you and your family and your friends safe here toward the First Coast counties, toward North Central Florida here. Not as big of a deal. I have had some power outages, though, even in Alachua County. Gusts have been kind of intriguing there toward Alachua County, kind of, for whatever reason, have been a little bit stronger there on some of the sensor information, and some of the outages have shown up a little bit stronger there for whatever reason. But let's go ahead and go on over. The power outage numbers have gone back up a little bit here as we continue to watch with the coverage here. We're just continuing to track all this. Let's go ahead and show you what we're talking about right now. Again, just giving you the latest information on those outages. You can see 2,600,000 and 2,611,704 customers in the dark. And now after a while, the numbers kind of get a little bit harder to read when we've been on here for the better part of 12 hours now, in the last 24 hours with cover, 23 hours really, here to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed on this scenario. But also getting a report in the chat, this is what we're talking about, but that Bridge of Lions there being closed because of that flooding being reported there in that area. So just seeing though our power outage numbers going up towards certain areas. Looks like Flagler, but even Putnam there, the percentage, I mean, going up some there as well. We'll check on those in just a second. Just want to kind of see the scope of this though. You see the map here on this Thursday morning. You see these outages, a wide range of just different colors here, showing those high percentages of outages. I know flood report there we were talking about, but now report of another gust there in Daytona Beach Regional Airport, 60 knots. I mean, that really tells the story, 69 miles an hour here with this type of scenario in play. That's just a really high gust here still. And you can see here as we get towards some of these customers in the dark, you see almost 200,000 customers now in the dark in Volusia County. That's about 2/3 of the county without power. That water is coming in here in towards spots with all that rainfall, but then that wind is coming off the water, which is so substantial. You see down toward the south, look at Seminole County, over 100,000 in the dark there. Orange County has gone up some. That wind just kind of continues, but I see all the counties, at least on this map, it's sitting pretty good. But it's kind of interesting to compare that to our area where we have Putnam County, about 1/4 of the customers in the dark right now in Putnam County Flagler County, about a third of the customers in the dark there. So seeing some of that wind translate down toward the surface, knocking out some power. St. Johns County, about 15,000 customers in the dark. Over here as we get further north, you see Clay County, a few thousand. Bradford, though, where we're at, sitting pretty good. You see Union, you see Columbia there. You see Nassau, and then Duval's a little higher, though, as we kind of watch things here with the grand scheme. But obviously the destruction that we covered yesterday during that landfall coverage can't be overstated, cannot be overstated as we get further down here to the south and west and in southwest Florida. Here you can kind of see Starlake County, Lee County there, just high percentage of outages here towards some of these different spots. So substantial, so serious of a situation here with Ian. We're just going to be talking about this storm for a long time. It's a historic storm for them. Just getting last year by all that wind, all that rain, all that surge there into the picture. It's a big deal for that area there in southwestern Florida. So I know a flood warning continued for the St. Johns River near Astor there from the Melbourne office now. That's going to be an issue. We're watching to see, but I don't think those numbers will be quite as bad as they could have been here based on the overall setup. But we just got a gust of 61 miles an hour reported at St. Augustine Beach here into St. Johns County. So just kind of seeing some of these new Mesonet reports come on in here to the Weather Center from the Weather Service. It's always helpful to kind of get a gauge of exactly what's happening down toward the surface. But as we hear all these reports, I mean, the temperature a lot cooler here toward areas like Stark down to only 59 degrees. And that's more of a story with this wind. It's more of a cold weather type of pattern here, something you would see more as we get later on in the fall, or really in almost a winter-like pattern here in some regard. But again, not the story to the east where the more substantial conditions are occurring, as we continue to reiterate. Kind of repeating ourselves from time to time, but we know we have new viewers joining us here. I want to give you guys the latest information on what's happening and just keep monitoring this situation as it does evolve here, as it does bring those damaging winds toward parts of our viewing circle here on this Thursday morning, as we try to keep you guys safe and informed. Again, if we go off here in a little bit, we'll still be streaming radar. We'll be still streaming things that are helpful. The wind numbers will be coming on up on there, so you'll be able to get an idea of what's going on here on our different systems. We'll have a little break first, reset some things, but then we'll have that stream start back here on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. So again, just giving you guys all that information no matter what here. And you have interactive radar in the interim. cloudweather.com/radar gives you an interactive look at things, but we're not on the air. But again, let's take a look here at some things right now in terms of our impacts. And now showing you guys some different things here. I know they're talking about elevated water levels there in the chat. Obviously, got to watch along some of the rivers, but again, let's go on over right now toward graphics. You can see here the Stark area not near the impact as what we could have seen. 1 to 3 inches on average is what I'm expecting here. Unlikely for tornadoes to occur at this point. Not really in that favorable quadrant, not zero, but it's a low chance here at this point toward Bradford County based on the overall setup with the storm system. Generally, tornadoes more likely to occur in the northeastern quadrant, and that's offshore here at this point. I mean, that could be an issue for the Carolinas as we look ahead. I haven't really looked at that today, but let me see what we have for our SBC outlook tomorrow, because that could be an issue for those folks as we look ahead toward the timeline. There's a marginal risk out tomorrow, too, as we get towards South and North Carolina, even Virginia Beach. So hope to see that could get upgraded depending on how the quadrant comes together as the storm makes another landfall here. Just kind of really hanging around here the southeastern United States here, hanging around Florida for a pretty good bit here right now, though, as we've been down with it here in the Weather Center. So I'm going to check some of our inundation numbers. I don't know if there's going to be anything to really show on this right now, but I might as well check because we could have something here. We could have something here for sure. It's a possibility. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and check on these numbers right now, inundation dashboard. So just bear with me here. I know we've been with you for a while, so apologize if I kind of lose my voice here for a second, something to that effect. But I'm going to check our inundation dashboard right now. We're going to zoom on in here, check up toward Mayport. We don't have one in towards St. Augustine on this, unfortunately. It would be helpful on this source here that I have, but Yeah, we are starting to get that to come up here near high tide. So let's go ahead and take you over here. Right now, I know we're expecting maybe the highest tomorrow, there after midnight, if the forecast comes to fruition here, which is always a question here with this storm, it seems. But again, just going to continue to watch here, continue to monitor the scenario, keep you guys safe and informed on all the different platforms. You see the dashboard here. We'll go ahead and pop this on up. You can see here right now getting on up there, observed at Mayport. If we kind of move the cursor up a little bit here, you can kind of see getting up over a foot there, a foot and a half. So talking about some minor flooding right now, and you kind of see how it edges up each time. So could be edging up even more here as we get toward tomorrow there. In theory, if we got to that 4-inch mark, right now we're at, it's hard to read, I know, but we're at 1.77 there right now at that present water level. But if we get to 4.1, that would actually get us to some more significant flooding as you look at the scale here. So something to keep an eye on here. I know we saw that in Nor'easter last year, a little bit later on toward November. Somewhat similar to that, but somewhat similar to some of our other tropical systems as well. Be kind of interesting to get a handle on exactly here the overall situation with this tropical storm warning and hurricane watch in effect. So again, checking some more information. I know I can go to the inundation history page. That can help me out a little bit with the forecasted numbers. We do this from time to time. Let's see here. Like I said, I was hoping this was so. Yeah, here we go. Top 10 water levels. The top level here, I mean, I don't know if this is coordinating it quite right here because I know there's some differences in some of these numbers compared to some other sites that I've seen, but in theory it's trying to show numbers here on par with some of our higher end systems. But I mean, you just never know exactly here. We'll be watching it. It's trying to show some pretty high numbers here in comparison, but I'm not 100% sure that's quite right here. But we'll just have to watch the wind direction and the overall pattern because, I mean, it could be a pretty substantial scenario there if that were to occur with some of these higher water levels here, based on looking at the inundation history here. But we also have to just kind of watch some different factors. I know that can come into play here. After a while, we can kind of get things to just rise on up there and cause some problems here toward these coastal areas here at times. So again, just going to go ahead and check on some different things right now. When I say it might not be quite right, I mean it may not hit that forecast peak because of the location of the storm at that point being about 70 miles off the coast. I mean, you know, at high tide there tomorrow morning, but right after midnight. But again, continuing to watch. We'll check some more traffic cameras now. We're just going to go ahead and keep checking some different things here. Got a camera here toward South Daytona. Some nasty weather there. Go ahead and pop this up. Bear with me. Again, continuing to track things. Giving you the latest information here on this Thursday morning. I've been with you for a very long time. I know we're getting some information from the Melbourne office in the chat section. We'll try to go on over to that here in just a moment, but still see some of that wind is blowing around there in Volusia County right now. More dramatic sides out of there with more power outages being the story in toward that area. Again, I know we've been dealing with those power outages there toward parts there of the area as well. We'll go ahead and pop that back on here, I think, now. Let's go ahead and kind of give you guys an idea of what we're dealing with here with these power outages, just to kind of reiterate how much of the state really is without that electricity right now that they need. That electricity is such a crucial thing here for folks. And right now we have the outages that are really the story here this morning. So let's go ahead and see this here right now. You can see the numbers, and I know we're just getting an update from the chat, so I'm going to walk over here. See if we can get some more information from the Weather Service. And I know the St. Johns River at Astor there is going to continue to rise. They're saying and reaching very near to record flooding late tonight or early tomorrow. The record is 4.62 feet from 1933, and the levels during Irma crested at 4.46 feet, but not until nearly a month after the initial impacts. And that sometimes is an issue. Sometimes you have more delayed impacts after a storm. So again, just kind of seeing that here in this grand scheme of things here. with the overall meteorological setup, as we're over a little bit over a half inch now east of Stark here today on the rain gauge. Nothing like what we've seen in some other areas toward the east here. Let's walk you through some of those rainfall totals here again. We'll go ahead and kind of see some of this information here. Let's go to the refine look at things here. We'll go ahead and go to that refine look at things. Let me take off one of our cameras so we can go on over here just a little bit more efficiently here. We'll kind of try to give you guys that latest look at things. I still just flash flood emergencies toward the south, and we'll go ahead and see here our rainfall estimates here over the last 12 hours or so. I know my voice is starting to give out a little. It's because we've been on for so long here to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here. You can see that corridor though. With this storm, 8 inches, 9 inches, 10 inches in this yellow, maybe a foot there. Flash flood emergencies continuing. The 3 of those, you can see where that area is ruined. And luckily, instead of kind of going more up the coast, we've seen more of this heavier rain go off toward the coastal waters here with these higher rainfall amounts. You can see here though, we still have some rain. It's not the rates that we were seeing earlier. Half inch to an inch an hour can still cause issues and aggravate things in the flooded areas. And you can kind of see here these numbers here in the lighter orange, 5-6 inches. The yellowest area is 6+ inches toward Flagler and St. John's, maybe close to 7 right there. But you see other areas, I mean, out toward Bradford County, about an inch, like what we've talked about. Palatka there, about 2 or 3 inches, where we have a few power outages there, but kind of see that gradient, a sharp gradient that the models were depicting. That's so far set up here a little further to the east because of that southerly movement we've seen with the storm. We've kind of seen that trajectory here kind of knock the rainfall totals out of these areas a little bit and pushing things over. And the rain that was supposed to be so extraordinary, this was supposed to be more displaced up here, instead pushing more down toward the south and east. So that's what we've kind of seen here with the storyline as the storm's moving off toward the north and east, as we talked about here in the weather center. So again, let's go ahead and show you an infrared satellite. You see how the colder cloud tops are actually the ones close to land overland are in St. John's and Flagler, but then you have a lot more that's out toward the coastal waters a pretty good ways. I know I have our mezzo, so I don't want to give you the latest. There's a lot of lightning out here, so a lot of accident. This could be stuff that might end up having tornado potential in it, maybe, depending on how this tracks toward the Carolinas. There's no one experience there with, I believe it was Dorian there, going back in the timeline. They had a big band set up, tornado potential there toward the Myrtle Beach market back in 2018. But again, just checking things here. Yeah, it could be the Myrtle Beach area again if that were to track in that direction. We'll see. Just kind of watching that band here, kind of watching that trajectory with things. You kind of see, we'll have to just kind of see how that goes here in the northeastern quadrant tomorrow. That could be something. Let's check our mezzo fill here. Yeah, it's kind of still in, I mean, not the most maybe, but you can kind of see some tornado parameters out there, and a supercell composite showing some a little more to the west, but nonetheless, you definitely would have some potential there if you can get some mixing there with maybe some instability possibly in there. We'll just have to kind of wait and see. But at least something for them to watch in the Carolinas here tomorrow. I know we just got a report out of Osteen there in Volusia County now. Let's go ahead and zoom back on in. A train spotter witnessed a wind gust that caused a tree to fall. The tree went down across the road there in Osteen near Doyle Road. So that's kind of telling that weather story here, as well as at 9:24. And we just got another gust here from about 10:30 or so, Gainesville area. They got a 50 knot gust. That's 58 miles an hour, a damaging type gust. Interesting because we haven't really seen that here east of Starker and Keystone, for that matter, on their METAR site. But you just never know sometimes here, as we're kind of right on this gradient here. So maybe that's kind of helping that wind to reach, as we've been talking about here. And the sensor might be overdoing it just a bit, but we have had some power outages in Alachua County. Nothing extraordinary, but still what you get in a severe thunderstorm, a pretty nasty severe thunderstorm, that type of number here toward Alachua County here. I mean, it was in the 10,000 plus range, I do believe, there as the last check. So I'll check that again real quick here, live on the air, about 9,000 or so. And let's see, we'll refresh this again because we're about to wrap things up for now. I want to see what we have on here. in terms of the latest. So let's go ahead and pop this on up here right now. I'll go ahead and say you this. You can see 2,606,586 customers in the dark here. You can see Volusia County so extensive. The outages, Flagler about a third, Putnam about a fourth in the dark. Alachua County is about 9,000, a few in Union, Columbia, Baker, not much in Bradford though. We don't have the city of Stark in that. Clay County about 4,000 in the dark. St. John's about 15,000. Duval over 12,000. So just kind of interesting to watch these numbers here on this Thursday morning as we continue along with you guys to give you the latest, to keep you guys informed. Again, if we wrap this up pretty soon, we'll still continue to stream that radar. We'll have a little break in between, but then if we need a break back in for flash flood warnings or happen to have any tornado warnings, of course we'll jump on immediately for those. And we'll watch and play things by ear. We may come back on for more long-form coverage later on, depending on the type of winds we get. But you can kind of keep an eye on things pretty good. But this is the stuff we're going to have on the screen here in the interim. And again, play things by ear to see what type of coverage the situation will warrant here later on in the day. And even toward the evening, we'll just have to kind of wait and see. Because this storm still may have some tricks up its sleeve. You just never know here. We just have to kind of watch for that. But again, just giving you an update here on things. Giving you an update. We still have the new advisory any second now from the Hurricane Center. Still have that new information coming on out from them there in Miami. We'll go ahead. Let's see here. I'll pop this up. So let's put this so we can get ready for this here on our other source. We'll go ahead and try to maybe see an update on us here. So that's where the center was earlier. The center right now is supposed to be at this spot at 2 o'clock. And it looks like it may be down here somewhere. We'll find out in a sec. But see how good I plotted that point there, that estimate there live on there. Maybe a little bit over, but because it's had that little easterly shift. And we still have the new advisory now. We'll see how good I did. I know it's been a long period, but that red area should correlate pretty close to our new icon here in our general range. It's going to be a little off probably, but you'll be able to see it with update. Actually, I have it a little bit further up there now. A little bit further to the north, actually. They're saying the lowest pressure is with this, but pretty good agreement there. And we're watching this move on off here. And they now have to get into a hurricane. That's a development, folks. That's a development if that's accurate. And sometimes our system has been misreading this stuff, but they now have this hidden as a hurricane, maybe. So let's see here. That's a development here. Breaking development. Let's see if they've issued a hurricane warning. We just got a forecast advisory in. They have now. Okay, this is a new breaking news that's coming in here. Not for our area, though. Thankfully, it doesn't look like. But we do have now a hurricane warning issued for the entire coast of South Carolina from the Savannah River to the Little River Inlet. And then also, tropical storm warning extended northward to Duck, North Carolina, including the Pamlico Sound now. And a storm surge warning issued for South Santee River to Little River Inlet. So that's kind of telling you guys that weather story there. Just trying to see what's happening. I know we still have that storm surge threat. Let's see what they're saying for storm surge. Now we just got the full update to come on in with that hurricane warning now being issued. 4 parts there of the state of South Carolina. They've raised some storm surge values there. It looks like at Desto Beach down at South Santee River, 4 to 7 feet. We're talking about 3 to 5 feet. Some areas there, South Santee River to Little River Inlet, but then our area, Flagler, Volusia County line to Desto Beach, 4 to 6 feet. St. John's River, 2 to 4 feet. Patrick Air Force Base to Flagler, Volusia line, 1 to 3 feet. So you kind of get the idea. But now a hurricane's expected to emerge again and hit South Carolina tomorrow. That's the new story now, the developing situation. This is supposed to be where it's at sunrise tomorrow, east of Savannah, but then having up toward Charleston and a landfall and hurricane up there. I mean, they've had much worse than this, don't get me wrong. They went through Hugo. This is nothing like what Hugo was back in '89. It's not going to be what it is for them. I'm talking about, of course, Southwest Florida. I mean, there are some comparisons to Hugo in that it was one of the worst storms that the U.S. This was with Ian and or Southwest Florida, but this is going to be a Cat 1 for them. Still a pretty big impact, some power outage numbers there. It'll be an issue for them to watch, but a development there for sure now to get a hurricane warning issued for parts of South Carolina there. So Again, I'm just watching the storm system very carefully here. No hurricane warning for us, thankfully. That's what we like to hear. That's definitely what we like to hear. But still, it's now in the water. I can get it to strengthen and reorganize enough to get that Cat 1 status again. So that'll be something to pay attention to, of course, here in the Weather Center. Still there's 3 flash flood emergencies, 3 considerable flash flood warnings to the south, but none in our covered area officially, but we still have the storm surge warning, tropical storm warning, hurricane watch. Tropical storm watches in play for now. They might drop some of those tropical storm watches here as we look ahead, either the current advisor or the next one here from the National Hurricane Center. So let's see what else we have here. Just going through it, see if there's anything else we need to talk about here on this Thursday morning. I think we're pretty much talked about everything at this point that we need to for the time being. I know there's a lot going on, though. I mean, so many people in the dark here across the state of Florida. The storm system definitely causing issues. We'll be back here as needed. We'll start streaming things in just a little bit with the radar, unless we need to break back in more immediately here. We're still going to have some issues along the coast, but the bigger impact with me and after the impact in southwestern central Florida looks to be more towards South Carolina with the hurricane warning there. I know they are continuing the tropical storm warning now for many areas, but it is canceled the tropical storm watch for Gilchrist and western Alachua, but they're keeping it for Baker, Bradford, and Union. So again, Alachua, western Alachua anyway, canceled the tropical storm watch and Gilchrist out. That's some good news for those folks down there. But still watching the storm, still watching Ian. Again, now forecasted to re-strengthen to a Cat 1 hurricane and head toward Charleston tomorrow. So that'll be a storyline for them there. A minimal Cat 1 hurricane expected for those areas, but we'll be watching another gust 53 knots here, 61 miles an hour there toward the Orlando area. So I know there's still continued tropical storm warning for Brantley County, Charlton County, Camden, Glen as well, coming into the chat session. So Weather Service still keeping an eye on all of that. We're keeping an eye on it here too in the Weather Center, as this is expected to re-strengthen here off the coast. I mean, we'll be here to watch that, of course, to see how that impacts things, because that means more organization would be anticipated. We'll have to see if that gets it closer to the storm system, or if there's enough on the western side to maybe increase some impacts. We'll be here as necessary through the day. But I know they expired the aerial flood advisory now for Flagler, Putnam, and St. John's, which is good. But we're watching to see how the wind or rain, the storm surge impact things, and we'll have that stream going here soon. But if we need to come back on for more commentary, we definitely will hear from the Weather Center. It's a definite possibility that we could. So stick with me here. We'll be here on the platforms. You have clubweather.com/radar for an interactive look at things when we're not on the air here with a stream, something like that. So just keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you safe and informed.